Welcome, everyone. Good morning. As we trickle in and become caffeinated, adjust to these summer-like temperatures in April, we are here to welcome you to this Faculty Research Symposium. I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. We must begin this day-long symposium on the 250th year anniversary of the Declaration of Independence with a recognition of the history of forced removal and occupation of the lands of the original peoples of the Chicagoland area, the Anishinaabe, the Potawatomi, Odawa, and Ojibwe nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy, as well as the other tribal nations that know this area as their homeland, including the Menominee, Ho-Chunk, Miami, Peoria, and Sac and Fox. We offer this land acknowledgement not only to recognize the land we stand on, but as an expression of our shared values and intellectual commitments, and as a call for activism and justice on behalf of Indigenous communities. The title of this symposium, Declarations of Independence, Who Are the People, highlights the paradox embedded in the claims of independence and sovereignty made in 1776 that required the eradication of native bodies, identities, and cultures. We hope our conversations today will continue to build knowledge and awareness of this tragic history. We know that the University of Illinois Chicago, like most public and private institutions, occupies stolen native lands. Our university has also worked to support the city's native populations. UIC's Native American Support Program is the oldest office in the state of Illinois providing services to these communities. Little known fact, probably for most of you. Founded in 1971, NASP has been committed to student success and bridging the campus community divide for 55 years. Our small but mighty Native American Studies program makes sure Native voices, histories, methods, and cultures are available to all students who seek it. But these are modest efforts at best. We can do better to build a curriculum and increase Native student enrollment. In this moment, when academic programs are attacked and defunded for addressing these subjects, we must argue forcefully that to celebrate the founding of these United States requires an unvarnished, honest, and thorough assessment of Indigenous history. Land acknowledgements do not materially change the future. We have to do that ourselves.
Good morning, and welcome to the LAS Faculty Research Symposium, Declarations of Independence, Who Are the People, and Illinois America 250th event. I'm Lisa Freeman, Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at UIC, and I want to thank all of you for joining us here today, both those who are here with us in Student Center East and those who are joining us online. I'm looking forward to learning with all of you across a day that will feature a series of lively and substantive discussions about the meaning and significance of our nation's foundational articulation of political polity and governing values, the Declaration of Independence. And we have passed out copies. Thank you to Illinois Humanities. If folks want to peruse it while you're sitting in your chairs. One of my goals as Dean is to recognize and celebrate the truly extraordinary work and research of our faculty on some of the most challenging issues that we face today. And to be sure, the question of who our democracy includes and who it excludes is glaringly present in our current moment. But as I think we will also learn from our speakers today, such questions were no less present at the time of our nation's founding. Indeed, they have always been a constitutive part of the debates that have governed and regulated the state of our republic. What does it mean, we will ask, to hold a truth as self-evident, even as in the very moment of utterance there may be ample evidence to the contrary? I stand before you today not just as Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, but also as a member of the faculty in LAS, one whose own scholarship has been deeply engaged with questions of governmental authority and censorship, and the contested and contestatory formation of what I have termed in my writing, competing bodies public. When a public or a people are summoned in an utterance or in a written text, who is being summoned? Who is being imagined as composing the body of that public or people? Who is included in that imagining, and who is being excluded, either in the abstract or in effect? Those are some of the questions that we will take up across a program featuring both LAS faculty and some of the most influential historians, legal scholars, and political theorists grappling with these questions today. Having just returned from the annual meeting of the American Society for 18th Century Studies in Philadelphia, for which I formerly served as president, and which takes as one of its central subjects the discourses of the Enlightenment, out of which the ideals of reason, liberty, inalienable rights, justice, and equality emerged, albeit imperfectly and not without a great deal of imperial harm and self-justification, I can confirm that the types of questions we will be addressing here are also being taken up in earnest by scholars and thinkers at universities across our nation. Moreover, as many of my colleagues attested, the pinch we are feeling, and it's a little bit more than a pinch, so we are feeling about our ability to sustain these ideals and even the freedom to entertain these types of critical questions at universities are not just abstract, but alarmingly palpable and consequential. Universities have an important role to play in sustained dialogue, debate, and free inquiry, and we must not lose sight of the great stakes at hand in this moment. To that end, the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is honored not only to support this symposium, but also to host several distinguished guests today. In particular, we are thrilled to welcome as keynote speaker Dr. Jelani Cobb, who is the Dean of Columbia University's Journalism School and a staff writer at The New Yorker. His insights into American history and politics are well known, and we are honored to host him today at UIC. In addition to Dr. Cobb's keynote address this evening, our program features 2 conversational keynotes set in tandem thematically with LAS faculty panels. The keynotes and panels will explore questions of who are the people, refracted through such concepts as law, citizenship and the state, and sovereignty, land, and revolution. I want to extend a warm welcome to our eminent guest speakers, Professors Martha S. Jones, Desmond King, Doug Keel, and Christy Picacaro. It is an honor for us to have these leaders in their fields here today and to bring them into conversation with our faculty, students, and the wider UIC community. In that vein, I also want to recognize our outstanding LAS faculty participants, Professors Jenny Breyer, Ainsworth Clark, E.J. Fagan, Mario Lamoth, Annette Martin, Haley Negrin, Kimi Nishida, Michael Pasek, Kumar Ramanathan, Jan Robert, Atef Saeed, Cindy Takoba, and Elizabeth Todd Breland. We are delighted to feature your scholarship and brilliance throughout the day. Over the lunch break, I hope everyone will join us as well to participate in the digital mapping workshop focusing on 3 neighborhoods adjacent to UIC. Facilitated by James Levy, founder of the Whose Land Project, this workshop is part of the Make History 250 initiative and will be supported by UIC graduate students Emily Glassmeyer, Cameron Melendez, Marissa Miles, and Forrest Wales. I am grateful to them all for their contributions to the day. You will not want to miss this. In addition, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing committee who organized the wonderful program. And I always say my job as dean is to try to provide our faculty with the resources and support they need and get out of the way, because I know they'll do brilliant things, and so they have today. Thank you to LAS Associate Dean Jane Rhodes and Professors Jenny Breyer, Lilia Fernandez, Alexandra Falindra, Joseph Jewell, Ellen McClure, and Kevin Schultz. Most importantly, thank you to the entire staff of LAS for helping to facilitate this event, and we really can do nothing without our staff, especially Vicki Bolf, without whose expert management this day would not be possible. And I'm looking at you, Vicki, in the back of the room, so thank you. Finally, and by way of moving us forward, we are honored that this event is part of the program of events for Illinois America 250. When Professor Emeritus Dick Simpson originally approached me, I knew immediately that UIC and LAS had an important role to play in framing and furthering these year-long conversations, debates, and celebrations. I am truly looking forward to hearing our faculty and their colleagues discuss the impact and legacy of the Declaration of Independence on the land we now call Illinois. In that spirit, I want to turn things over now to the Executive Director of Illinois Humanities, Dr. Gabrielle Lyon, and UIC Professor Emeritus of Political Science, Dick Simpson, to share more about Illinois America 250. Please join me in welcoming them to the podium.
See what happens here. Hey, good morning. It is such a pleasure to be here. I'm a doctor because I got my doctorate here at UIC. Go Flames! Good morning. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Again, my name is Dr. Gabrielle Lyon. I'm the Executive Director of Illinois Humanities, and I serve by appointment of the governor as the chair. As the chair of the Illinois America 250 Commission, which is a group of volunteers basically mandated to promote and engage folks in an accessible, inclusive, statewide commemoration of this anniversary. If you don't have a countdown clock on your desk, it's 82 days until July 4th, 2026. And you're going to hear this over and over, that the headwinds at this moment against public discussion and debate about what the meaning of this, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, look, those headwinds are strong. And as someone who kind of lives mostly in the public sphere, it is not lost on me that with each online and television ad and billboard and bus ad from the federal administration, the Department of Transportation, Coca-Cola, Stellantis, Walmart, you name it, there is a mass media reinforcement of what patriotism means, what it looks like, and which people and stories count. And it is coming, and it will keep coming, and it will be louder and more visible all the time. One of the things I want to do is tell you the tailwinds are great also. And we know this right here in Illinois. As chair of the commission, I have talked with people across the state. We have 102 counties. I haven't been to all of them talking about just this. But when I ask people, be it in Lawndale or Austin, which is a neighborhood if you're not from Chicago, El Paso, Illinois, Cairo, Rockford, you ask people what is it that they want and care about for this milestone anniversary, and they say the same things over and over, irrespective of what they look like, what their socioeconomic status is, where they live. There's some themes that come up over and over. And I want to share those with you as you enter this conversation, because these are folks who may or may not have ever entered a university, who may or may not have any idea that there's an interrogation underway of our texts written by our founding fathers. Here's what they want. They want to showcase many histories. They talk about Indigenous roots, immigrant contributions, Illinois' role in civil rights and labor movements. They want to center their places and their communities. They want where they live to be seen, and they want people to think about how where they live is connected to a national story. Many folks really want more civic and public life. They want to be able to come together, and they don't want that to make them feel nervous. And they want to look forward. This is a pragmatic set of Midwesterners, y'all. They have work to do. We got stuff to do. And what do they want? They want to connect the youth, their lives now, to the great possibilities of the future. So the commission, ended up with three main themes and a supporting theme, but Dick's the main advocate for the supporting theme, so it is also a theme. But we the people, power of place doing history. Those are the themes for Illinois for this commemoration. And we have signature programs, one of which is to pass out copies of the Declaration of Independence. You can listen to it online. There's lots of people reading it. We've made a passport to Illinois, showcasing places that have made good on the ideals of the Declaration of Independence. We're about to announce, it might be happening while I'm up here, Illinois Voices 250, a chance to actually collect and archive conversations with people. This is all in the public sphere, you know, leveraging the best of what the humanities has to offer. And you can take a look at il250.org. You can get a sense of what's going on. But as you go into this conversation, please know that there are hundreds of organizations across every county that are thinking about how to take advantage of this anniversary to move forward the agendas they have where they live. And when you look at the calendar of events, you'll see this one because it's a public event for which I am extremely grateful. And on behalf of the commission, thank you so much for all of the labor and thinking that went into this. But I also most of all want to thank Dick Simpson, Commissioner, Professor Emeritus, Civic Force for Good. Thank you, Dick, for making this become a reality.
So my additional remarks are very brief. On this, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, which this symposium commemorates, we face an unfinished revolution. We, the people, face continuing challenges, and we require, as Gabe suggested, practical solutions if we're to rededicate ourselves to the principles articulated 250 years ago. This symposium begins and continues a conversation about who we as a people have been and what we can do to bring about a rebirth of democracy. Let me list just 8 challenges to our democracy. You'll hear others during the course of the day. And of course, you saw the headlines in the newspaper on your social media feed this morning of wars and other events around the country and the world. But here in America, we still face, after 250 years, racial and income inequality. We still face the challenge of systemic racism. We still face the challenge of too much money in politics and dark money and unaccountable money and buying of elections by the wealthy. Surprisingly, or perhaps because of all the discouragement that comes with that, we have a low level of citizen and voter participation. Only 25% of the people in Illinois voted in the last March election a month ago. As you see every day, we face polarization at a level we haven't seen for a century, and what is called the politics of resentment. People hate each other without knowing each other. Here in Chicago, we face most particularly political corruption. We are the most corrupt city in the United States and the 3rd most corrupt state in the nation. So we know about political corruption, but it's endemic. It occurs throughout the country. We face structural problems in our democracy, like gerrymandering, the Electoral College, which is unfair, and the Senate filibuster. And of course, as you saw this morning, however you got your news, we face the current crises of war, the imperial presidency, and economic inflation. But the good news, and that hopefully will continue with this conversation today, is there are practical solutions to this unfinished revolution and its challenges. We can redesign our economy in the AI era and enact a fair tax structure. We can have public funding of campaigns, take money out of politics. We can have automatic voter registration extended in public service journalism. We can overcome the polarization and politics of resentment. We can eliminate gerrymandering. We can enact term limits. We can pass a constitutional amendment overturning Citizens United. But most of all, we can reform our so-called representative democracy, because our representatives don't really represent us, and we're not able to talk to them, and they're not able to talk to us very well in the way we structure our democracy. A congressman represents 750,000 people they haven't met. But even if we fixed the problems, which are fixable, related to representative democracy, we require greater direct participatory democracy so that we can be part of the decisions about those issues that most directly affect our lives. Thus, we can take up, as our foreparents did, the challenges of an unfinished revolution. And at the same time, we can make our own contributions to completing the promises that were made at our founding. We need to discover our strength and our power as we the people. Thank you for being part of the conversation today. Good luck as it continues.
All right, hello everybody. I think I'm up next. My name is E.J. Fagan. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Political Science here at UIC. I'm very excited to have to lead our first conversation today. We have two fantastic scholars with bios so long that I'm not going to read all of them. But I can trust, after I read the short version of their bios, I just want you all to trust that they are authors of many books. They've both received many awards, and we are very, very lucky to have them here at UIC today. First, we will be joined by Martha Jones. Martha Jones is the Society of Black Alumni Presidential Professor in the Department of History at Johns Hopkins University and a professor at the SNF Agora Institute. Desmond King, as I flip over to his page, Desmond King is the Andrew W. Mellon Professor of American Government at the University of Oxford. Please join me in welcoming them both to the stage for a wonderful conversation. I'm going to stall a little bit while they get mic'd up. We got two microphones here on stage. I will say that the goal of today's session is to have a conversation. So I'm going to start off. We're going to have a brief discussion, some topics that we've set out between the two of them. But then we are going to open the floor up for most of the session for questions from the audience and continue that conversation. So if you have those questions, please have them ready. And we are now miking up. And I'm going to start off with a question related to the title of this symposium. The Declaration of Independence mentions the people in several places. The Declaration of Independence mentions that all men are created equal. It justifies the Declaration by saying that they represent the good people of, I think that's the United States. It says that the people have the right to reject their government and to throw off a tyrannical system. And so the first question that's going to start off our conversation, and I'm going to direct this to Martha first. Martha, are you mic'd up? We are.
I hope
There
I
we
am.
go.
Yeah,
We are mic'd up. The first question I'm going to start off, direct to Martha, is who are the people according to the people who wrote the Declaration of Independence? And maybe we can talk a little bit how that's changed over time in American history. So Martha?
So thanks very much, EJ. Thanks to Des King for doing this with me.
Thank you.
But thank you all for being here, and to everybody at UIC and beyond that has been part of creating such an important conversation. We were talking before we began about what's on the horizon. I don't know where you plan to be on July 4th, but I think that there'll be spaces like this, I hope, but perhaps also a lot of our public spaces that will not feel as open, as welcoming, as thoughtful as this gathering. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. We the people. So I think for me, I think we could rehearse a lot of laments and more about who was not included, who was not on the minds of the framers of the Declaration, and that would be fair and that would be important. But I think the thing I want to draw our attention to is the possibilities that the Declaration's ambiguities, and I'm going to call it ambiguities, opens up for us as a nation in the immediate moment of the Declaration and the Revolution, yes, but on through the framing of the Constitution and beyond. It is the ways in which this is not a text that expressly delineates who is in and who is out. And we know that across our history, an extraordinary range of individuals, communities, and more have taken that opening, have seized on that ambiguity, and have insisted on a reading and a rereading of the Declaration. So I think in this sense, I am, if I could put it this way, I think I'm a student of Danielle Allen's, which is to say someone who just isn't prepared, in a sense, to spend this year rehearsing what the framers, what they meant, as if that is the story and that is the story we should be telling in 2026, and instead encourage us to think about the ways in which many folks who some of whom clearly are regarded as Americans, others of whom regard themselves as Americans. The very contests over who is in and who is out is introduced for us by the text and is ours to breathe meaning into. I'm a historian of law who's not a big fan of the text as a way of understanding law at all, and that the history really is in what we make of it. So there's an opening salvo for you, Des.
Desmond?
Okay, thank you very much for organizing this event and for inviting me and to share a panel with Martha, from whose scholarship I've learned a huge amount and will continue to, I'm sure. And it's a real pleasure to be here. I hope I'm not a pompous outsider coming in, but I'll try to be part of the conversation. So, I mean, I think it's worth saying that there's this inherent tension in the Declaration between individualism and group rights and group struggles, and it was true at the time it was declared, and it remains true, I think. So the Declaration, it seems to me, is very much a statement of individualism. It's a panegyric to individualism, inspiring Americans fight for independence in the name of individuals and the rights that accrue to them. And it seems to imply a single sense of nationhood and identity, a creed, an American creed, to which most presidents routinely espouse. And here's an interesting example. Ronald Reagan said that being American rested on subscribing to a set of beliefs, not on ancestry, which sounds very good now, I think, at the moment. But the Declaration's initial aspiration was already exclusionary of African Americans, disregarded almost entirely Native nations, peoples, and women. And the contests arising from these demarcations endured in the 19th and 20th century, with a civil war and a galvanic civil rights movement required to achieve them. That civil rights movement culminating, I think it's worth noting, in events tied to this impressive city, the election of Harold Washington in 1982. I happened to be in Chicago when that happened, and it left a big memory on me. And of course, Barack Obama as president in 2008, coming from that. How did these extensions and widening of who is included under the Declaration shape American political development? Widening does not seem to have settled contested issues about inclusion. And there's a common strand of division between pro and anti-inclusion. This debate, it seems to me, frequently turns on views about civil rights and how to define them, and that seems to be yet again, a very salient issue at the moment, and informing policy very profoundly. What is a civil right? Whose civil rights? How do we define them? How do we defend them? How do we contest them? So in this century, paradoxically, despite the election of Obama, the political divide about civil rights seems to have heightened. Political scientists now speak about partisan polarization that is elevated into affective polarization. And I think Chairman Simpson implied this in his opening comments. That is some sort of deepening of animosities and continuing disagreement about the fundamental content of American identity. So I'm afraid I'm giving you a very unsatisfactory answer, Professor Fagan. And you would probably
questions.
You'd probably fail me if I was giving you an essay, but it seems to me we're still talking about defining who the people, but the importance of the question has never been greater, I would want to say.
So I want to thank Illinois Humanities for the pocket version. I commented to somebody, I was at an event in New York at New York Historical, where someone was also giving out a pocket version, but it was a parody version. So I caution you when someone hands you a handy version of the Declaration that you check the text to be sure it's the text you hope to engage during the discussion. Actually, the one in New York Historical was revised with women, and it was sort of surfacing questions of women and gender. And
I think Thomas Jefferson would be very proud of that.
it was really great, but not the text I want in front of me. Because I want to, the word that you used that most struck me was the term widening, right? That suggestion that the American project has been, should be, will be about the ever widening of the we, the people. And I want to push back a little bit. You know, I think that this poetic but highly ambiguous, right? We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, et cetera, et cetera. I think this bequeaths to us a kind of recurring question, dilemma, contradiction that we feel keenly in this moment. Maybe we don't feel very far, in a sense, from 1776 sitting here in 2026 because we return and inherit not the challenge of how do we widen we the people, but the challenge of how ambiguous, how constraining these terms are, such that they can be seized upon, yes, by those of us who aspire to the ever-widening notion, but they are also seized upon by folks who would return us, I think, in some very real ways to the minds of the framers and the kinds of qualifications that the framers assumed when they used that language. So is widening really the metaphor, the trajectory that we are grappling with, or are we grappling with a return again and again? And I don't mean in an ahistorical cyclical way, but I mean in a self-referential way to those founding dilemmas. You know, I write about the history of, I gesture, sorry. Yeah. I write about the history of citizenship in the US. And, you know, it's very hard to tell a story about the we and the citizenship version of the we as having, ever widening. Right? In fact, it's a story about how in quite every generation, we come back to that founding dilemma and we wrestle over the widening or the narrowing, the opening up or the shutting down. Here we are, as we all know, in another iteration of that, but not the first iteration of that. And things get wider, I would concede that, but they are seemingly always vulnerable, right, to then the narrowing again.
I think it's fair to say we may well have too teleological a version of American political development. We see it as a trajectory which is going towards a point that will be wide enough to be fully inclusive. That's sort of been the standard, whereas perhaps we need a cyclical version structured by contests about that membership. I think voting rights is a good example of that problem. It's hard to, 1965 Voting Rights Act was such a struggle to get to it. It's important to remember it was a temporary law initially. It was only made permanent, I think, in 2000 or something, quite late. That was the way it could get through Congress. And struggles now about the definition of who has voting rights and who has access to the polling booths and to election on election days it's remarkably significant as an issue. I can't think of many other countries, advanced democracies, where that fundamental right is being argued about to such an extent, the right to vote. And partly, of course, it goes back to the structure, it goes back to institutions, because deliberately the designers of the Constitution did not want to have a federal franchise. They left voting decisions about eligibility and power to the states to control them, and that has had consequences which continue today. So there's no nationwide, and there have been efforts to have voting rights bills, of course, to try and get something more recently, the John Lewis bill. But I'm struck by that comparatively as a surprising point of contestation. I mean, there was a recent by-election in the UK which had a very significant outcome. I don't know if in Manchester, some of you may have read about it, where the two top parties were it's a very strong Labour constituency, and a Green candidate won this, Green Party, and a Reform candidate. Reform is the sort of Brexit party, the inheritance of the Brexit movement, came second. The Labour just about came third, and the Conservatives lost their deposit. You have to pay a deposit and get a minimum right, so it's pretty dramatic. It wasn't a constituency they were likely to do well in, but to lose their deposit makes the signal fairly clear. And immediately there were arguments about cheating in voting, and that there was criticisms of some of the way people were voting and so forth. And there's been a review by the Electoral Commission said no, this was all straightforward voting, people exercising the right to vote. Over 50% turned out, which is huge for a by-election. And it's hard to see the people as voters getting the same level here, I think.
I mean, I think it's a great point when you think about the Constitution makes no mention of voting rights. It doesn't say who has the right to vote, and in fact, their conception of voting rights at the very beginning, even among the white men who they consider maybe the people, or at least the most important of the people, most of them were not allowed to vote, right? That's something that evolves over time. And other democracies looked at us and said, well, wait, maybe you need a right to vote, right? Maybe that's a mistake at the beginning of our Constitution that we're still dealing with today. And the word citizen also does not appear in the Declaration. Now, Martha, you've written a lot about citizenship, both from a legal perspective and historical perspective. And I'm curious if you can, we're now debating this question again, right? This was a settled question in law, and at least for the time being, it was unsettled. I suspect it will be settled again pretty soon. But I'm just curious kind of your take on kind of how we've gotten back to litigating this question of who is a citizen, right? Are you a citizen because you were born in the United States, or is there some other qualification that makes you a citizen?
So what I'm going to tell you is that it was never a settled question. I appreciate why advocates have argued otherwise. Were I Cecilia Wang and standing up before the Supreme Court, I certainly would look to advance that view. But here, speaking as a historian, there is no generation in which we have not returned to the question of who belongs, what, if anything, is bequeathed by virtue of birth in the United States. The story begins in the long decades before the Civil War with Black Americans born in the United States who are not regarded still as citizens of the United States like their white counterparts. We know that story continues with Asian Americans, Chinese Americans, Indigenous people, women, Mexican Americans, Japanese Americans, and here we are today revisiting that in the face of the so-called, the vilified so-called immigrant American, which is to say birthright and citizenship have always been political questions wielded like a weapon or an instrument. And neither, to your point, neither the Declaration nor the Constitution help us greatly in somehow settling those questions. We live in a kind of cyclical return again and again to the silences and to the ambiguities of these texts to discover, to struggle over, to insist upon, and otherwise make meaning out of a notion like citizenship. So I wish I could tell you the story that I think I heard in the courtroom on April 1st, which is about the 14th Amendment and Wong Kim Ark, and forever shall it be. But I don't think historically that's the story, and the state has exercised its privilege to abridge birthright again and again, and here we are with a president using his notion of what an executive order is and his authority to interpret the Constitution to once again abrogate the birthright principle.
Desmond, do you have anything to add? Or no?
On this,
Yes.
well, I really want to, I mean, Martha's is the great scholar of birthright citizenship, and yeah, I think like voting rights, it's rather surprising to see it achieving this prominence again.
I mean, maybe the thing I would ask you, because it's something I'm really interested in, is how does it work? Does it work at all to think comparatively? Because on Wednesday before last at the court, you know, part of what the government offered was the view that the U.S. is aberrant, right, among peer nations.
Yep.
And the court rejected that and said, well, we actually are not interested at all in what other peer nations do. But nonetheless, I do think in our broader sort of reflecting and understanding the dynamics of citizenship here in the 21st century, we're drawn again and again to think comparatively about Western Europe,
No, it's a good
about
question.
the UK.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's good news and bad news from comparatively. So the good news is Germany, which reformed its citizenship laws at the end of the last century, in the early 2000s. Because previously you had to have German ethnicity to become a citizen, and the generations of so-called guest workers from Turkey, particularly, and Morocco, who were there, who lived and had children there and had a family there, none of them were citizens or entitled to become Germans. That law is gone. On the other hand, most European countries have started changing the rules about birthright citizenship, toward narrowing it. and trying to find reasons for how long you have to be there, and the status of your parents when you're born, I would say. So that's the bad news, and that trend is intensifying.
Yeah, and part of our dilemma, if I could put it this way, is that we've had the question framed as if the answer is in an 18th century text,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
revised in the middle of the 19th century,
Yeah.
A long time ago, rather than in a political deliberation,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
over the perpetual question, right,
Yeah, I mean,
about how to shape the body politic.
Yeah, it's a huge issue in Britain at the moment. This the Labour government has just changed the rules whereby at the moment, if you've, once you've been in the country in a permanent job for 5 years, you have the right to apply for permanent residency. And they are proposing to double that from 5 to 10 years, which is shocking, really, quite shocking. I don't know whether it probably will pass, but that's what they're doing. So there is this huge divide, and we can see it in Belgium, Netherlands, France, Germany, not Spain, but basically every other country in Europe is fighting about this, and it's a fault line.
Let me ask you, why
yeah.
are we all having this debate? Why this debate seems to have emerged in many democracies in the world simultaneously. What do you think is causing us to maybe reevaluate this question or continue to evaluate this question in a way that when I was younger, this wasn't particularly salient on the agenda?
How old are you?
I'm a young 39 next month.
No, I asked that because for me, I date this, what we perceive to be a sort of 2020s debate. Actually has its origins in the 1980s.
So
Maybe
you were absolved.
You're absolved from either remembering or analyzing that. But I say that to say it's in the 1980s that advocates and legal scholars who are frustrated in Congress when they're not able to carry the day on anti-immigration legislation, turn to the Constitution, turn to the 14th Amendment, and begin to offer this twisted, unfounded rereading of the 14th Amendment, advocating that the amendment requires or provides for the exclusion of children born to today non-permanent residents, undocumented immigrants. And so really what you're seeing is the culmination in the US of a campaign that has been waged over many decades. The legislative salvo, which has been presented to Congress since at least the mid-1990s, has been an echo, right, or a precursor to the president's executive order. That's been there every year in Congress, and we can track that. As someone who remembers the 80s as a sentient being, I want to assure you, right, that we're not seeing something that is only, right, a reflection of, contemporary dynamics across North America and Europe. We're seeing a very American story that has long roots, which is why it has gotten traction in this moment, because we have been primed for generations for the view that the president is correct when he targets temporary residents and undocumented residents. You were raised on that tripe, if I could put it that way, and that has laid the foundation now for our high court to have to take that seriously as a question.
It's a great point. And I think now it is 10 o'clock, which means we have half an hour to open this up
great.
to questions from the audience.
I have more
So
questions.
we've had a great conversation started. If you'd like to add to that conversation, I don't know if we have a system here in place. I'm the first one to go here. So we have a microphone over here. So raise your hands, and the microphone will come to you and ask your question. So we have our first question right over here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karina Santana. I am a recent alum from UIC. Go Flames. I heard it earlier. So thank you all for being here and opening this up for everyone and making it a public. I think it's really important for us to have this education, to have these conversations. Unfortunately, I wish it could be a little more widespread out there. My question is a little bit longer, so I'm going to try condensing it as much as possible. Within the involvement of we and the perceived meeting in 1776, especially with Thomas Jefferson's idea of a educated citizenry, how can we shape education and higher education to translate that into today's society? And what ways can democracy play into budgeting to fit the needs of such literacy and, sorry. Yeah, and such literacy, pretty much. So I'm pretty much asking, though, how can we include education for citizenry? How can we ensure, like, you're coming from Oxford, what I noticed in your bio, and that the route of higher education from Cambridge to Harvard University out here in the United States, and where education has formulated to. And right now, currently in the state of Illinois, we are discussing equitability amongst higher education. But it's more complex than that. It is just education of the people. So I guess overall, that's where I placed my question. Hopefully, if you have any other questions, please feel free to comment back.
It's a great question, and before the answer, if we can just queue up the next question with the microphone, so raise your hand and microphone come to you. Who would like to answer the question?
There's somebody over there with a question.
Kate over here. You guys?
You want to jump in, or shall I?
Yeah.
Am I asking, or am I waiting for them to
waiting.
answer?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna
Sorry, my mistake.
answer.
Oof.
Okay.
So it seems to me that the nature of education has changed, and we've had an incredible democratization of education in the last 30, 40 years. In America, even more so. So I don't know, what's the statistic? 50% go to university, third level education, I think. And in Britain, the Labour government at the end of the 90s made it, until then only about 14% of high school graduates were going to university, and the Labour government made it a goal to make it 40%. And they've got to that. There's now a trend to reverse that too many people are going to university on that basis. And as someone like EJ will know from his political science research, education is a key indicator. Whatever hope we have, education is a key indicator of some being informed and being able to engage in public discussions and formats. And a couple of weeks ago, this very famous German philosopher, Jürgen Habermas, died, as you may have seen obituaries to him and so forth. He made it through to his 90s. And he was a huge advocate of communicative action in public arenas and having debates and trying to, not so much the town hall stuff that people are going for, but just levels of discussion and debate as necessary activities that the state should be leading to some extent. And I think there's a lot of validity to that, and it's helpful. What I find difficult is to add into this equation, I think, is the sources of information people are getting from social media and AI, and what we know about the research. Particularly, I've seen good studies of the 2016 election, 2020. Algorithms giving people links to stuff that reinforces what they think they know and goes from there. And that issue, it seems to me, is not going to decline It's going to continue. I mean, always ask my students, how do they get their news? What do they read? Do they know what a newspaper is? I buy newspapers every day, and I sit in cafes with newspapers, and people come up and say, my God, what's that? You know, I've never seen it before. You know, where's that from? I'm very proud to say in Chicago, you can buy the New York Times every morning, a hard copy, and the Financial Times, which is the paper I read. But I'm a dying breed. I'm a dinosaur, as you can tell. I'm in my, you know, been around the block for a while. So how are people getting news? So I asked them, and I would say of students, undergraduate students I meet, and graduate students, I would say maybe no more than 15%, maybe 20% subscribe to a sort of what we would think of as a newspaper with regular sources. And the rest are reading stories, but they seem to get them sent to them randomly, or not so randomly, I guess. So I think there's this huge informational deficit in our societies, which there's probably always been to some extent, but it's become more pressing because what's provided in terms of what's available it's very hard for people to learn how do you learn to understand stuff and to interpret events and to read them. You follow news, you learn about history as you're younger, and then you have the basis for evaluating and giving interpretations. And you reach a certain age where op-eds are less useful because you actually have the information to figure these things out for yourself. But you have to get to that point, and it's very hard. And I don't know where that's going at the moment. I mean, you know, scholars of elections have spent a lot of time talking about sound bites. I'm going on, sorry, Martha. But talking about sound bites, and so we're familiar with those. But the language of dealing in headlines, it seems to me, just, you know, Sweden has an excessive welfare state, seems to me to have got larger in the political debate. So I'm not helping you very much with this, but I'm very much a fan of education, of universities, and whatever we do to keep those going and supporting them. I just think this, you know, it's really important. I'm not just I'll be gone from it soon, so it's not just as a self-interested actor. It just seems to me there are places where people can acquire the basis for being able to make judgments.
You know, at Johns Hopkins, I'm at the SNF Agora Institute, which is a democracy institute. And we have, for example, just reinstituted a civics curriculum that had long before disappeared from the general curriculum at the university. And we've had some interesting discussions about how to brand that, right? And, you know, how to frame that so that it doesn't read like a throwback, right, to something from the past, but something very much of the present. But as I'm listening to you, I think the other piece that I would want to surface is, you know, my sense that, and this is especially true in a city like Chicago. I grew up in New York. I think it was especially true for me. You know, my real civics education happened, you know, not on the campus, my campus at Hunter College. You know, it happened in the city. And so my dad ran for school board, and I was mortified, you know, but I had to go out and talk to people and leaflet. And this was a civics education like I never could have had in a classroom. I interned for a member of the New York State Assembly and sat in his storefront office and talked with constituents, you know, as they came in, and he was away in Albany. Like, what an education, you know. I give my students the day off on election day. I don't make them come to my classroom and hear a lecture on the history of American politics. I charge them, right, with taking the day to do something. My favorite was a student in 2000, when Barack Obama was elected. I said, so what did you do? And he said, I watched television. I said, really, is that? He said, you know, Professor, I was just sure that they were going to steal the election, and I was going to witness it by watching the television. So I gave him the credit, but you know, I got it. But it's to say, right, that there's something about the alchemy, right, which is not imagining that our campuses and our curricula will do all or should do all, and that encouraging us to be engaged, encouraging us to be citizens, to appreciate what civics might be as a lived experience is something I think about a lot. So thank you for the question.
Kate?
Hi, I'm Kate Floros. I'm faculty in the political science department, which should make me embarrassed that this was the first year that I actually read the Declaration of Independence from start to finish. In my defense, I focus on international relations, but I was very shocked, given our current moment, with one of the clauses about why they were rebelling. And it had to do with, I'll just read it. This is the second full paragraph on page 8, if you want to follow along with me. The king has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass others to encourage their migrations hither, and raising the conditions of new appropriations of land. So the new appropriations of lands, but the rest of that, you know, the king is not encouraging immigration to the colonies and is preventing the ability to naturalize foreigners. So given the rage at the Supreme Court for textual originalism, is this a clause that is going to be widely ignored throughout these celebrations? And what should we take from the fact that the founders, who did not see a very expansive view of who should have rights, et cetera, were complaining that immigration was being stymied by the king?
Clever reading.
It's a great question. Either of you?
Well, I think it's a good moment to remind us that the era of declarationism, as we sometimes refer to it, the era in which the Declaration was regarded as not only a founding text in an aspirational sense, but a defining text in a legal sense, is long past. But it is true in the 19th century that it was still possible to reach for this kind of language and to advocate with force for your own interpretation of it for the purposes of legislation, or even the argument at the Supreme Court. There's a great moment in the argument around the Amistad case where we learn that there was not one but two copies of the Declaration that hung in the old Supreme Court chamber. It really still was a text that had not only symbolic meaning but perceived legal force. But that, I think, that ship sailed a long time ago. And so I think what happens now is we think of this as aspirational, but not something that comes up. It certainly did not come up. It has not come up in the briefs and has not come up in the arguments in, for example, the birthright cases. Now it's the Constitution and not the Declaration. So I think it's a great question, what to do with this language. You know, how does it work? How does it function for us? Does it have a life other than as an ornament, and as a window into a past, or does it have a life?
Well, if it doesn't, sorry, I don't have my mic anymore. If it doesn't have a life, why are we spending a year celebrating it? Right? Like, what is the purpose of celebrating it if it doesn't have resonance or purpose I'm sorry, the person who's organizing this year is probably yelling at me, but, you know, so I get it, it's legally fine, but if this is just aspiration and we don't, then why are we making a big deal? So anyhow, sorry.
Sure. Go for it, and then we'll move on to another.
There's three questions.
Do you want to just go?
Oh, I'm just feeling.
What?
Go for it.
Oh, I was going to ask a question, but it's related to this.
Our discussion can be amongst all of us, not just
Okay.
necessarily, you know, bi-directed.
I'm registering, okay, I'm going to make this in the form of a question. I wasn't ready. I got so excited where are you? I got so excited when you started talking about this. Abraham Lincoln, a few blocks from here, in some ways rededicated this document as a way to form and establish a cultural identity around what it means to be a country. And he had a lot of other things he was dealing with at the same time. And so I'm struck by the problematizing, as you've formed it, in that the ambiguity of the document is a problem, is kind of how I heard you say this. Like, what a nightmare. We got to keep doing this. It's not clear. It opens up all this. So I'm not really sure if that's what you meant. So through a legal lens, I understand, like, it's not the Constitution. It wasn't supposed to be the Constitution. The Constitution has its own problems. But is there anything about the need and opportunity to come back and discuss these things that also has been a strengthening force or a force for us to re-examine what we mean? And I think this person is making me, your question, sorry, I can't remember your name.
Katie.
Professor Kate Flores.
Kate's question, you know, is raising for me a question for you all, which is like, what is enabling about this ambiguity if we move from the very beginning to the, like, we the people part, which is where most people who are just like, I just want to be a person in the world, think they're connected,
Martha?
to overstate all people having the same idea. I don't know.
Martha Desmond?
Well, so thanks for that, and thanks for the opportunity to clarify. I don't think that my remarks were intended to be normative, right? They were intended to be descriptive, if that's a useful distinction, which is to say, today I have not yet either lamented or, you know, rejoiced in the ambiguity of this document. Probably those positions and everything in between is in the room today. But I don't think I really took that position. I think part of what I heard is a question about what indeed are we marking? Are we marking this document? I don't think so. I mean, I think that the document is sort of a, you know, is sort of a placeholder and gives us a date, sure, but I don't think this America 250 in its best iterations is about holding up or revering this document in particular. It's about a much more complicated and roiling and set of events, including a revolution that probably warrants as much attention, if not more, than this document and a great deal more. So I think that it's a good opportunity to talk about what it is that we aspire to do, right, in this moment. And I'm a historian, so you know, I'll show my cards, right? I wrote a book in 2020 about Black women and voting rights. Well, it's no accident that my book came out in 2020, because I knew you all would be tuning in to the question of women in the vote, and you might actually imbibe some new history as part of, you know, the parades, the floats, the, you know, 100 women dropping out of an airplane simultaneously with their parachutes. There was a lot going on in 2020, but as a historian, I have a hook, and so this is a hook that gives us an opportunity, yes, to, I think, think carefully about this document, and I appreciate EJ trying to get us to rein us in to talk about this document. And at the same time, I think in the best sense, I want to exploit this moment to encourage us to do lots of historical thinking in, around, and through this document, maybe as a touchstone, maybe as an inspiration, maybe as aspiration, maybe as resurrection. I'm open to all those things, but I'm really here to talk about the history. I hope that's fair, but that's the honest answer.
That's brilliant. So Katie's question, I think, is very good. I think that clause has to do with we'd have to go into the nature of the empire at that stage, and the restrictions that are seen in imperial terms, and that is a particular difficulty. I mean, one area where the Constitution as being debated then, and or what was set out in the Declaration and in the Constitution that resonates is the Second Amendment, I think. And I think there you see the objection to the standing army and the grievance against the king about that, and about him. What was the other thing? He imposing the military on civil power and so forth gives us the basis for some aspects of the Second Amendment. And when the Supreme Court ruled in Heller in 2008, changing fundamentally the understanding of that amendment, they are going back to debates pre-Declaration of Independence, particularly in the colonies and in the UK. I mean, I do think like a lot of the things we've been discussing, originalism is a doctrine which has had a very systematic, long road into its dominant position now, and it began again particularly in the 70s, but the 80s were a crucial period, and the jurisprudence around originalism has been promoted and institutionalized in ways which have now paid dividends for advocates of that in the Supreme Court. I did want to say something about international influence. Could I just say that?
Sure.
Briefly? I do think we should think about the international influence of the Declaration of Independence in two senses. One, that it was a doctrine, it was a declaration which was enormously influential in other movements, French Revolution, 19th century Latin American struggles for independence, the struggle for independence in India, and then obviously becomes a core source for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. So that international record is I think, something to pay a little bit of attention to, as is the struggle in the US to make civil rights equal, particularly the civil rights movement led by Dr. Martin Luther King, which had an enormous influence on protest movements in other countries, the anti-apartheid movement, in Northern Ireland, the Northern Ireland nationalist movement explicitly adopted his tactics and methods and so forth. And as recently as the Solidarity movement in Poland, we find that the Declaration a source for ideas there. So I think, just as Frederick Douglass used the Declaration, in his famous "What is July 4th" and so forth, and saw in it the basis for demanding things, it's had that influence also on democratic struggles in other countries, which I think is important. Sorry, I just want to throw that in because I think it's...
That's all right. Now,
Martha?
we have a couple more questions, but I'd like to move on and ask everybody to fight against our best academic instincts and be concise, because we are running low on time. But with no pressure, if I can have our next question, please.
Thank you. I'm Jenny Breyer. I'm on the faculty here at Gender, Women's Studies, and History. I wanted to ask a question to Professor Jones about, as a Black women's historian, what you think about the relationship between birthright citizenship and naturalization, and where Black women fit in that part of our understanding of who the people are. I was sort of struck by that passage about, and talking about naturalization as one model, and then of course birthright being about birth. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how Black women are critical for understanding what it means to talk about birthright citizenship.
Thanks for that. On the one hand, I think we can sit with how the birthright principle, right, born on the soil, the condition of the child is a function of being born on the soil, which is distinct from the ways in which the children of the status of enslaved women's children is regarded in early America, right? Which is that the status of the child follows the status of the mother, right? It's the blood, not the soil. Is birthright, right? And the 14th Amendment in birthright, that moment in which we not only throw over the Dred Scott decision, but we throw over whatever vestiges might carry over from slavery and the relative status of children of enslaved women is, I'm going to pose it as a question and not as a claim because it's not something I've written about, but I think it's an important consideration. I guess the other thing that I think Black women introduce importantly, along with their male counterparts, right, is some very sophisticated thinking about the nature of that confluence of race, status, color, belonging, which in early America is sort of the alchemy of citizenship. Black women are, way ahead of the 39th Congress when it gets to the question of citizenship. I think they've thought all the thoughts, they've worked out all the ideas, they've developed a sophisticated theory of belonging, a theory of belonging that, yes, does not rest upon status or color, but a theory of belonging that does also not rest on sex or gender. Birthright does that too, and that's not unimportant. I think one of the mistakes we make is thinking that that women weren't citizens, but that they were in birthright terms, and that was essential. And Black women have been thinking about that for a very long time before we get to the post-war era. But maybe the most important thing is to connect back to something I said earlier, which is that even the 14th Amendment is only a text. And Black women are going to be among those who, formidably test the promise and the possibility of the 14th Amendment as they engage then in what is our ongoing struggle around political rights, civil rights, social rights. And the meaning of the 14th Amendment is only made, by women like Josephine DeQueer, who when she is refused a place in the ladies' compartment on a steamship heading up the Mississippi, comes to the Supreme Court and says, am I not a citizen like the 14th Amendment? The court's answer is no, you are not. So it's hardly a story about Black women easily, triumphing, but it is a story in which Black women did and continue to have, I think, a defining role in breathing life. White American women take for granted citizenship, and rightly so. Even those European immigrants who are denigrated and marginalized and discriminated against in other arenas are understood to be white and citizens in the United States. And so I think Black women are essential to laying the foundation for all communities of color going forward. Thank you for giving me the chance to talk about that.
All right, we are at time.
Oh,
So I would
did
like to
that,
thank our
sorry.
amazing panelists, Desmond King, Martha Jones. You guys are amazing. And I'm sure these conversations will continue throughout today. Thank you, everybody, for this. And I have no idea who I'm handing this off to right now, but I think we have a break. We have a break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
N. Thank you. Thank you for that amazing conversation, Desmond and Martha. Just a wonderful thing to hear. A lively conversation about a very complicated set of documents and histories. I did want to let people know that there are, as you probably have seen, historical documents here, including an 1820 printing of the Declaration of Independence, right there if you want to take a look at it. I'm Jenny Breyer. I wanted to make a quick pitch before we start this panel for the mapping workshop that my dear colleague James Levy and I are running with a group of graduate students at 12:30. You can sign up to be in the workshop. We just only have a certain number of seats. We would welcome any and all of you to come. We're going to do a hands-on workshop with historical photographs, placing them on a map of 3 neighborhoods that are around this site, including what was destroyed to build this site, which is, of course, the Hull House settlement, the Valley, which is a historically Black neighborhood that was plowed under to build the Illinois Medical District, and then Chinatown. So you're welcome to come. Just go sign up at the front desk, and we'll see you at 12:30. And the other benefit to that is you get to have your lunch first. So you get to get lunch first. Excuse me. Jan, please.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. My name is Yann Robert. I'm an associate professor and the head of the Department of French and Francophone Studies here at UIC. My research focuses on the political, legal, and cultural history of the French Revolution, and so as a result, I am particularly excited and honored to be moderating this panel on the people, law, citizenship, and state. I want to reserve as much time as possible for questions, so without further ado, I'll begin by introducing our first speaker, Dr. Cindy Takoby. Dr. Cindy Takoby is an assistant professor in critical feminist science and technology with a dual appointment in the departments of gender and women's studies and communication. Her book, published by the University Press of Colorado, is titled Indigenous Voices in Digital Spaces, and she will be spending this summer working on AI policy as a critical AI fellow with the Digital Society Research Group at Manchester Metropolitan University and the Center for Digital Ethics and Policy at Loyola University.
I had reservations when I was approached about the symposium because the scope of the question, who are the people, to me is so vast. And I have complicated feelings about how personhood operates under settler colonialism. So I decided instead of trying to answer the question for all the people, I would go small. So I'm going to tell you a short personal story about my people, my ancestors, and their complex relationship with land, citizenship, the law, and the state, and with the American dream. And I hope to tell a story of nation building that complicates our understanding of who counts as a citizen in the foundation of the settler state. Halito sa hochipo sindita kobe si chata okla abmintil. Hello, I'm Sunita Kobe, and I'm from the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. I'm of mixed Choctaw, Cherokee, Dutch, English, and Irish descent. My mother was Helen Jane, my auntie was Esther Sue, and my grandmother was Esther Bell. These Tacobe women raised me with stories of life in Oklahoma and later in Phoenix, and I share some of this family history with you today. Our story begins nearly 200 years ago, in September of 1830, when the Choctaw Nation was forced to sign the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek, the first removal treaty carried out under the 1830 Indian Removal Act. This removal mandate was a key part of the U.S. government's ethnic cleansing of the land to make it available for Western expansion. Dancing Rabbit Creek severed the Choctaw from their homes, families, and communities in Mississippi and Alabama, and relocated the Choctaw to the Oklahoma Territory. Thousands died from disease, exposure, malnutrition, and homicide that winter on what the Choctaw Nation calls the Trails of Tears and Death. Manifest destiny drove European settlers west, but this ideology of nation-making came packed with what Eileen Moreton Robinson calls the white possessive. The white possessive doesn't just describe the European settlers' sense of entitlement to possess and control everything they saw when they turned their gaze west. The white possessive is understood as, quote, the relentless reproduction of the nation-state's ownership and domination. So, in other words, there's a persistent quality to settler colonialism. The nation-state requires persistent maintenance of control over its land and its people. When the Choctaw arrived in the Oklahoma Territory, they held the land communally, as they had throughout their long history. The forced relocation of many other tribes who also practiced communalism followed. Meanwhile, the U.S. was growing, and the demand for land grew with it. The Homestead Act of 1862 opened more land in the West for settlement and farming. Because of the ever-expanding removal efforts and the settler encroachment on native land, relations between tribes and settlers were fraught. And they remained contentious for 20 years before conflicts between tribes and settlers caused the U.S. government to come up with a new plan to control and assimilate indigenous peoples. The Dawes Act of the nation-state was the nation-state's attempt to compel Native Americans to assimilate into European culture and citizenship by breaking the communal reservation lands and individually held allotments, and determining ownership of those allotments through a specious system of blood quantum. Blood quantum was determined by arbitrary notions of Indianness. Dawes Commission agents based their allotment decisions on behavior and phenotype. In other words, it was their opinion as to who was or wasn't Indian, regardless of how those natives identified themselves. The real aim of these allotments, of course, was to open Indian land to settlers. But it also enforced European American cultural norms, such as gender norms and nuclear family units, over Native culture. For the Choctaw and many other tribes, it inflicted patriarchy onto our matriarchy because land was largely given to heads of families, men in the patriarchal structure. The Dawes Act also introduced the culturally and often physically violent system of re-education schools. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, some of my Choctaw ancestors lost their land to settlers. Others intermarried and integrated into American culture. My grandmother, Esther Bell, a young orphan, was educated by missionaries into Christianity and European gender expectations. This is a common story with a common outcome. But the land rush of the 19th century would have dire consequences for natives and settlers alike. A drought across the prairies in the early 20th century would bring dry weather patterns to farms that weren't designed for dry farming. The result was environmental collapse in the 1930s. By this time, my grandmother had married my grandfather, who was an itinerant laborer from an Irish immigrant family. The Dust Bowl disaster of the 1930s forced my maternal grandparents to migrate again, this time to Arizona, in search of work. My paternal grandparents, they are a bit younger than my maternal grandparents. In 1940, my 17-year-old grandfather, a mixed Cherokee and the son of sharecroppers, married my 15-year-old grandmother and then enlisted in the Army to support the war effort. He was assigned to the 101st Airborne Division. After he returned home, they also migrated west in search of work. My maternal grandparents were among the founders of a new Methodist church that my grandfather's labor helped build. My grandmother cooked community dinners to raise money for the construction. Here, this becomes the story of my parents. My mother and her 3 siblings lived with my grandmother in a 2-room house with a dirt floor and outdoor plumbing in Old Phoenix. My mother gleaned cotton and worked in a hamburger stand. That hamburger stand was across the street from a gas station where my father, a mixed Cherokee airman, worked as a pump attendant. They married in the Family Methodist Church. After some difficult years, they were able to buy a modest home in Tempe, Arizona. Eventually, they had us, and my parents arrived in the working class with a house, 2 daughters, a cat, and a dog. They had achieved the American dream. In 2015, I graduated with my PhD from Arizona State University. I am the first college graduate in my family. My mother was battling aggressive cancer, and I spent the job market season writing applications from her hospital bedside. When it came time to weigh the job offers, I took them to her, which is what I always did when it came to decide things, because we are still Choctaw and she was still our matriarch. She wanted me to take the job at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Tuscaloosa means Black warrior in Choctaw and is the name of a historically important chief. For her, I chose that job. For my mother, I would be going home. Mine is a story of mixed Indigenous peoples who are itinerant workers, soldiers, and sharecroppers, and their migrations by force and by necessity. At least 60,000 Choctaw were forced on the trail of tears and death. And some 2.5 million people share my family's story of migrating west after the Dust Bowl. My point is that as resilient as these people are, their story is ordinary. And similar stories repeat every day across the US as people come seeking work and a home, seeking land, seeking citizenship, and seeking the American dream. Natives and immigrants alike are subject to the same colonial logics of who belongs on this stolen land, and the core principles of birthright citizenship is very much contested today. Incidentally, not many people know that in September 2000, 170 years, almost to the day since Dancing Rabbit Creek, the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs formally apologized for their role in the genocide of the Native tribes. The U.S. government promised never again would it enforce its ambitions on its people. And now it's 2026, and so much of America has changed while so many of its colonial values and ideologies remain the same. Yakoke, thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, for making these big abstract questions so personal and powerful. Next, we have Dr. Atef Saeed. He is an associate professor of sociology at UIC. He's the author of Revolution Squared, Tahrir, Political Possibilities and Counter-Revolution in Egypt, published by Duke University Press in 2024. Saeed is now working on another manuscript on the prospects of revolutions, tentatively titled Not Wishful Thinking, The Future of Revolutions, Knowledge, Prospects, and Praxes.
Thanks to Jan and thanks to colleagues, the organizers. Let me begin by stating that I harbor deep political and personal emotions about this presentation. I have multiple positionalities as I approach the theme of the symposium. I am a naturalized American citizen, an immigrant born and raised in North Africa. I am Egyptian and Arab. As we speak, the US government has been sponsoring and financing a genocide in Gaza, using our tax money to kill my brothers and sisters in the Middle East. The current US president is partnering with Israel in a war against Iran, announcing that a whole civilization will die. I must also admit that I am not comfortable with the language of inclusion and exclusion. Important as these are, as two questions inevitably come to my mind. Inclusion to what? The dominant hierarchical systems of inequality? Two, who decides to include or exclude? Still, exclusionary politics are not trivial matters, especially when it comes to the foundation of a given polity and the proper understanding of revolutions, an event that is metonymic with emancipation. But I'm not here to discuss my emotions. I'm a scholar of revolutions, trained as a historical sociologist, and invested in critical interdisciplinary scholarship. In this spirit, I address two critical issues concerning how we think of the people, exclusion, and revolution together. The first concerns analyzing the American Revolution internally, foregrounding what I describe as the problem of foundational exclusion. The second concerns situating the American Revolution in the age of revolutions, alongside the French and the Haitian revolutions, where I examine the question of epistemic exclusion, the epistemic exclusion of the Haitian Revolution within the scholarship of revolution. First, the American Revolution and the problem of foundational exclusion. In the history school books, the American Revolution is described as a foundational age of revolution event, acting as the first successful anti-colonial democratic revolution that established a federal republic. The principal texts in the making of the American revolutions are the Declaration of Independence and the American Constitution. The concept of we the people in these texts and the reality of its application form a central paradox in American history. While authoring the Declaration of Independence and advocating the rights of people, Jefferson and his contemporaries constructed a new government that was primarily for white male property owners, deliberately excluding Black people, Indigenous peoples, women, and the poor. Why is this exclusion in the most foundational moment in American history very critical? First, it served to justify building an agrarian republic that's dependent on chattel slavery and the territorial dispossessions of Native Americans, while undermining women and the poor. Second, this exclusion also created the roots of institutionalized oppression, exploitation, bigotry, as these issues were cemented at the founding moment. Despite thousands of black people fighting for their freedom on both sides during the revolution, the institution of slavery expanded in the decades following the war. Pre-war patterns of white supremacism and restrictions on free Black people continued in both the North and the South. The American Revolution also resulted in stealing indigenous lands, with the expansion of the U.S. secured through actions qualifying as genocide. As critical historians, such as Gerald Horne, emphasize, the American notion of freedom and people did not coincide or coexist with enslavements and erasure of indigenous communities, but it was conditioned upon them. Third, and most importantly, the foundational exclusions also set the stage for a long-term epistemic exclusions, where the knowledges, the experiences, and the voices of these marginalized groups were undervalued, ignored, or deemed irrational, often in the service of socially constructed hierarchies. Importantly, this foundational exclusion wasn't acknowledged in earlier stages of American historiography. In his critical 2013 article in the Journal of the American Revolution, for example, Michael Hattem, a notable historian of the American Revolution, reviewed at least 6 waves of the historiography of American revolutions. The contradictions of the revolution and its foundational problem of exclusions were only acknowledged beginning in the 20th century. Additionally, many historical turning points took place to address some of these issues of foundational exclusion, including the 1924 Citizenship Law, the Voting Rights Act of 1955, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. But history is not linear, and the gains were frequently met with backlashes. In other words, in suggesting that the foundational exclusion set up the stage and continued to legitimate contemporary forms of exclusion and epistemic genocide and erasure of certain communities, I am not claiming that there is a straightforward causal connection between the foundational exclusion and contemporary forms of dispossession and racial subjugation. But it is fair to say that contemporary exclusion fundamentally works through deploying the legacies of racialized citizenship and narrow originalist constitutional interpretations of the foundational moment. I will move now to my second point, the epistemic exclusion and the Haitian Revolution. When we discuss the ideological component of the Age of Revolutions, we think of the Enlightenment ideas of liberty, equality, and popular sovereignty. We emphasize that the birth of modern political and social structures, as well as political and social theory, is principally based on that era. And when we reference the Age of Revolutions, we mainly signify three specific revolutions: the American, the French, and the Haitian revolutions. In my research, I look at what I describe as revolutionary entanglements, defined as how certain revolutions not only inform one another, but also how the trajectories of these revolutions are interrelated. One could argue that the American Revolution informed the French by accelerating France's financial losses. The American victory also proved that Republican ideals could be implemented, inspiring French citizens to demand similar rights. The French Revolution, in turn, informed the Haitian Revolution, shattering the authority of the French colonial planters via introducing revolutionary ideas of liberty, equality, and triggering political instability. Indeed, every revolution has its own unique internal ontological configurations, as it is also shaped by external factors. And any comparison in the field of revolutions entails some degree of violence to the historical specificities and the unique ontological components of each case. In this spirit, I echo scholars who emphasize that the Haitian Revolution was the most radical of all three, yet suffered profound epistemic exclusion. It was the most radical because it's aimed at changing multiple structures at once. As social anthropologist Thomas Reinhardt put it, quote, "To be sure, if any revolution ever deserved to be called a revolution, it was the Haitian Revolution. It was Haiti's. The Latin verb revolves literally means roll over. And in Haiti, for once, in a way, we don't just see the replacement of one ruler through another, a king through a president, a monarchy through a republic, capitalism through socialism, or the like. It has been transformations at all levels. A slave-holding society became a society of free blacks. Peasantry was substituted for a plantation economy, Creole for French, religious syncretism for Catholicism. If this is not a revolution, what is? End quote. The epistemic silencing of the Haitian Revolution is exemplified in its portrayal by contemporaries and later historians as a mere violent race riot rather than a legitimate uprising or a foundational political event on par with the American or the French revolutions. The erasure of the Haitian Revolution also manifests in the denial of its unique internal ideological components and crediting it solely to the Eurocentric Enlightenment and narratives of equality. This systemic silencing stems from the threat this successful Black uprising posed to Atlantic slavery and white supremacy. The Haitian Revolution was radical, not only in terms of its class and race actions, but also its ideology. As the 1805 Constitution in Haiti redefined citizenship by banning slavery and rejecting race as a determinant of political rights, thus exceeding the principles of the American and the French revolutions. The Haitian Revolution also represented a radical shift in revolutionary agency. The American and the French revolutions were driven by Enlightenment ideas, whose key thinkers were elite, often maintained slavery or their elite privilege. But the Haitian Revolution was a mass-based movement of enslaved Africans and Maroons using voodoo-based communal structures for mobilization, as they pushed the concepts of human rights to their ultimate universal limits. As noted by Michael Rolph Thériault, the Haitian Revolution was not just ignored, but often framed as unimaginable, making it difficult to integrate into Western narratives of freedom. Ironically, this neglected and unimaginable event was the most subversive challenge to the entire Western Atlantic system. If we want to do justice and have a better understanding of these three revolutions, we ought to study them in connection to one another. We should also revisit the epistemic disavowal to the Haitian Revolution. Doing so will, A, provide a better scope of the revolutionary agency in the age of revolution, to include Black agency. 2, give an honest and unbiased historical account of the foundation of the modern political and social thought and revolution. 3, give a better and critical perspective of revolutions, one based on connected sociologies, which will help scholars and students of revolutions to move beyond Eurocentric point of views and recognize that knowledge production is often a tool for maintaining power, and that true emancipation should never be based on exclusion. Re-evaluating the Haitian Revolution breaks through the academic and political vanity of the West, challenging the narrative that liberty was a concept solely gifted by Europe. It serves as a reminder that the suppression of history is an active process, and challenging that suppression is essential for a more honest understanding of freedom. In conclusion, I argue that it is problematic to study revolution without engaging in what could be described as epistemic liberation and emancipation. In my own work, I argue that revolutions and epistemic liberations are mutually constitutive. While revolutionary liberation is often the physical struggle against oppression, epistemic emancipation is the freeing of the mind and knowledge systems from colonial or patriarchal power dynamics. Revolutions are the structural transformations that make these freedoms possible. We need this epistemic liberation project now more than ever. Critical scholarship in political theory, social and political history suggests that the notion of the people is an invented category. It was always pragmatic and mobilizational category to make or build nations and justify dominant modes of power. It is my hope that regardless of how we approach the foundational exclusion and the othering of revolts of people of color, it is possible to reinvent the meaning of people to be truly universal, not through shallow logics of inclusion and exclusion given and tolerated by ruling elites and governing institutions, but through humane logics of epistemic emancipation. Another world and epistemology are possible. Even if they are not possible, we ought to reimagine their possibility and work towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, Atef. Next, we have Dr. Mikey Pasek, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, where he directs the Belief, Identity, and Group Relations Lab. As a social psychologist, he studies intergroup relations with a particular focus on the ways in which religion, as a group membership and a system of belief, shapes socio-political attitudes and behaviors. Particularly relevant to today's theme, he's currently leading a multi-year grant funded by the Russell Sage Foundation, interrogating how race, religion, and demographic change interact to shape perception of who is and should be allowed to become an American.
Thanks, everyone. I'll be the outsider as the quantitative social scientist who also has slides, so forgive me. The question I want to talk about today is really providing a snapshot from ongoing work that my colleagues, including Alexander Felindra, and I are conducting. I'm trying to better understand how Americans conceptualize of American identity and the boundaries of both peoplehood and status at this snapshot in time. And it's no surprise if you listen to anything that anyone has or will talk about today that we are a country that is defined by social hierarchy. And the questions at the core of this conversation are who gets to be at the top of that social hierarchy and who is not. And there's another theme that's pervasive, which is that historically, the American social hierarchy has been defined in large part by a history of racial discrimination. And this is critical, and nothing that I'm going to say today should be understood as countering this really important perspective. In my field of social psychology, one thing that we're trying to do is to better understand how people are positioned or situated within that hierarchy. What are the axes that define the American hierarchy? And some work by my colleagues, Linda Zhu and Sapna Cherian, show that we can think about the American hierarchy and racial hierarchies being organized along two axes. One of those axes is Americanness. Do we conceptualize people as American or foreign? And what are the implications of that for how we see people as belonging, or what type of discrimination or marginalization people experience? Another is inferiority or superiority, thinking about many of the classic tropes that lead to dehumanization and hierarchies, even within those who we consider to belong in American society. And what their work shows is that we can think about these axes as offering a nuanced lens into understanding the ways in which different racial groups are marginalized, and that not everyone experiences marginalization in the same way. For example, we see that white Americans are thought to occupy that high positionality, those high in status, those high in Americanness, and they uniquely do so in the minds of Americans. Whereas others, like Black Americans, are stereotyped as relatively American, but low in status. And we have model minority groups, like Asian Americans, who are stereotyped as foreign, but high in status. And so there are different levers that people use to situate groups lower in the hierarchy, depending on the unique aspect of the groups themselves, and some groups stereotyped as low in both. What I want to suggest, and a key point of my research, is we're missing something. And it's not that race isn't important. It is. It's critically important. But it's that there are other identities that also play a really, really important role in shaping the American hierarchy. And I want to call attention to one of those, and that's religion. Let's go back in history. We have a lot of historians. I hope I don't get all this wrong. But America was also defined by Protestantism. Anti-Catholic sentiment was at the core of many of our early settlements and continued, for example, to play a role that led to Protestantism saying Jews, I'm Jewish, should not be along. How my ancestors ended up here and other ancestors ended up in Mexico is a story largely defined by immigration acts that were aimed at not only keeping America white, but keeping America Protestant, trying to exclude groups that today we consider white from being part of the American identity because Catholics or Jews weren't considered to truly be able to belong. And this is not a historical narrative. This is very much something that's debated hotly in today's society as we see current attempts by those in power to delineate Americanness by saying that other groups, for example, Muslims, should not be allowed. Now, critically, religion does not operate in a silo. We know that religion and race are inextricably linked, and many times in complicated ways. For example, we might stereotypically think of Arab and Muslim as the same, and yet what we know is that Muslims are actually the most racially diverse faith in the United States. So how do we reconcile the stereotypes and the reality? Well, one way to do so is to take intersectional approaches, borrowing, for example, from the work of Kimberly Crenshaw and others who argue that we have to think not only about groups in isolation, but identities as they interact with each other. And we see those interactions playing a large role in policing the American hierarchy. For example, work by my colleague Samuel Perry and others suggests that white Christian nationalism, this ideology that is not only trying to keep America white, but white and Christian, highlights that the intersexual confluence of two identities that have long occupied the top of the American hierarchy are working to exclude anyone who doesn't fit within that very narrow definition. And some of my own work suggests that these identities can be so tightly yoked in a prescriptive sense that we can even leverage, for example, politicians talking about anti-Christian bias, and many Americans hear politicians talking about anti-white bias, noting that talking about anti-Christian bias is seen to be socially acceptable. So what are the tools that allow people to leverage the intersectional identities to preserve status? So the big questions that we're currently interrogating in some of our work, and this is really kind of very new work, is does religion, like race, also shape perceptions of Americanness and status? And if so, how? And does it do so solely in confluence with race, or does religion actually offer us a lens that might elucidate the American social hierarchy beyond what we know about race alone? And if so, does it matter? So what we've been doing in a series of studies, I'll present just 2 studies here today, is we've been trying to map how people perceive the social positioning of many different groups. So borrowing from the positioning model that I presented earlier from my colleagues, we said, well, what if it's not just race? What if Americans socially stereotype the positioning of different religious groups, whether they be Christian, Jewish, or Muslim? Can we compare those positions to the positioning of racial groups? And most importantly for our question, what happens when we look at the intersections? So when we map, for example, white Christians versus white Muslims, all of a sudden we get to control for the influence of race and ask, well, what role does religion play, even holding race constant? So in one study, we had a quota representative sample of almost 400 Americans, and we had them rate 43 different target groups being the jargony word for different labels like white Christian, or black. And we had them rate the positionality on these two axes of Americanness versus foreignness, high status, low status, inferiority. So here are those two axes again. And hopefully you can all see this, but what we see is that these groups on the top right, the groups that are seen much like white Americans were perceived, well, they're pretty much all Christian. In fact, we see Christians and Protestants and Catholics in that same top right high hierarchy quadrant. And who's in the bottom left? Well, most of these religious groups that tend not to be white. Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists. Now, notably, if you look at the kind of subtle, you see Jews are kind of near the middle. Atheists, kind of like black Americans. Well, they're American, but low in status. So these stereotypes are playing out in real time. But what about when we hold that influence of race constant? And I'll just show a couple snapshots of findings. Well, here's a map of different white groups. So all of these groups are white, and you see that white is positioned identically to white Christian in that top right quadrant. But white Muslims, they're actually placed in the bottom left quadrant, meaning it's not just a story of race. Even if you're white, if you don't belong to the dominant religious groups of society, you lose the benefits that we talk about as being conferred by racial advantage. Well, what happens when we look at a racial minority group? Remember, black Americans are stereotypically seen as low in status, but relatively high in Americanness. And we see that black atheists fall into that same quadrant, but notably, we see something kind of interesting. When you're a Christian in black, people stereotypically bring you up into the top right quadrant. Not quite as high as white Christians, but you're still positioned higher on the social hierarchy. But if you're Muslim, no. And we know that black Muslims are a very large population. They suffer because of these religious stereotypes. So it leads to a follow-up question, which is, does any of this actually matter? And as a social psychologist, we then turn to questions of causality. But why do I think it might? Well, let's take a look again at history. Who have our presidents been? All but one, a white man. One from Chicago, Barack Obama, black. But what you might remember is that Barack Obama is also a Christian. But his religion has been called into question. People fueling the birtherism movement have argued that his middle name, Hussein, is a signal that he is an ethnic outsider. Now notice, we're talking about ethnic outsider being signaled by the fact that we're referring to a religious minority status that he doesn't even hold. And I highlight this example because it suggests that religion plays such a critical role in how we delineate not only racial belonging, but American belonging. The ability to say that Obama wasn't Christian is what led many people to think he wasn't even qualified to serve in a high leadership role, despite the fact that we have a separation of church and state. So what we did is we conducted a randomized controlled experiment. And we asked people about their perceptions. In their ideal world, how much do you think that most Americans would like to see or dislike to see members of various different groups in the following positions, such as the presidency, serving as a federal judge, or an army general? And we chose these professions because pilot tests show that these are the professions that people see as reserved for people who are high in Americanness and high in status. And we randomly assigned people to rate different groups along each of these professions. So on the vertical, the y-axis here, you'll see the ratings from 1, we would very much dislike to see, to 7, people would very much like to see members of different groups in these roles. And on the x-axis are the different groups or conditions that we had people assigned to. So the story starts out just as you'd expect. People expect that most Americans would like to see Christians and white people, white Christians, in these high status roles. But the story starts changing. Now, what I'm going to show you next are white Jews, white Muslims, white atheists. These are stereotypes of people who are all white. And as soon as we get rid of Christianity, people no longer expect that a white Jew could be president, certainly not a white Muslim, and even not a white atheist. And in fact, those religious minority groups, even when they're white, are positioned and seen stereotypically similar to ethnic minority groups. So the take home that I want to suggest is it's not that we shouldn't pay attention to race, we should. But I think that when we only pay attention to race and its role in American history, we miss a really critical part of the axes that have long defined the American social hierarchy. And we have to pay attention to religion on its own and as it intersects with race, because it has a lot to teach us. And this is something that I think is particularly on display with the current brand of American white Christian nationalism, which is bringing a particular brand of Christianity to the forefront of American society. And it might not be the Christianity that is congruent with the pluralism that we all hope to be at the center of We the People. So with that, I just want to recognize this work, as always, is part of a large collaboration, including 2 UIC graduate students, Mary Katz and Zarnab Zahor, colleagues at other universities, and Alexandra Philandra here. And it's funded by the Russell Sage Foundation. If you want to learn more about the work we're doing, you're welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey, for introducing religion into our conversation. Next is Dr. Annette Martin. She's an assistant professor of philosophy at UIC. Her most recent article is How Could You Be So Oblivious? Positive Epistemic Duties and Oppressive Ignorance, published in Philosophical Studies. And she's currently working on a project that explores responsibilities to create and maintain epistemic infrastructures.
So as you all know, we are here as part of a commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And we've already seen some questions in our last session about what it means to be celebrating this event. And I think along with that, partaking in this kind of event raises questions connected to the role of memory and commemoration. So I'd like to use my time to think a little bit about whether we have any responsibilities to remember, and if so, what it is that we have a responsibility to remember and why. My interest in these questions will intersect with the concerns that some listeners might have when listening to these panelists and the remarks of my co-panelists. So in particular, some might feel that it is inappropriate to raise criticisms of the American project and the way that it has been carried out as part of the commemoration of the founding of this country. They might ask, how is it appropriate to include the kinds of topics that we have been discussing as part of an event like this? So I'm approaching these questions from the perspective of a philosopher interested in epistemology, or the study of belief and knowledge. When considering what kinds of epistemic duties we might have, philosophers studying knowledge have tended to focus on negative responsibilities, that is, what we should not do, or how we should not form beliefs in the pursuit of knowledge. These philosophers say that there is an epistemic duty to not form beliefs that are not adequately justified by one's evidence. But note that this does not tell us what we should believe. It only tells us that whatever beliefs we do form should align with our evidence. Less has been said by philosophers studying knowledge about any positive responsibilities we might have in our quest for knowledge. What we should believe, what inquiries we should undertake, what or how we should go about gathering evidence. Or, to return to the theme of memory and commemoration, what knowledge we should preserve, and what history we should investigate, remember, and pass on. Moreover, most of what has been said is skeptical about the possibility that we could have any positive epistemic responsibilities. In short, the world is vast, and we are limited. There is too much to know and to remember, and it would thereby be too demanding to put forward any positive epistemic responsibilities. Against this background, part of what I'm interested in here is making a case that we do have responsibilities to know, to inquire, and to remember. One question, then, is what could underlie such a responsibility? On what kind of basis might we rest the claim that we have such responsibilities, such as responsibility to know or to remember the kinds of histories that my co-panelists have been reminding us of? So one kind of basis that we might appeal to are the aims that are internal to a particular project. So for example, let's say that you're designing a theater. It seems to me that part of the point of a theater is to enable the audience to experience the performance. This aim or this purpose, we might say, is built into the project of designing a theater. It offers a basis then for criticizing a design that would include, for example, large columns that obstruct the visibility of the stage, or poor acoustics, or other barriers to the accessibility of the experience of the performance. This, we might say, is counterproductive to what theater is all about. Another kind of basis that we might appeal to are the values and commitments of the inquirer or the broader knowledge community. So for example, if I value my relationships with my family, and I want my relationships to reflect values of empathy and kindness, then carrying out these values requires paying attention to my loved ones, doing my best to see them and to know them on their own terms. The Declaration of the Independence and the preamble of the Constitution seem to articulate a set of values that are meant to help define the contours of the American project. So as we know, the Declaration says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The preamble to the Constitution says, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. So the delineation of the American project outlined in these texts puts forward values that we often return to in commemoration of these events: life, liberty, justice, equality, welfare. Pursuing this project and upholding these values is at odds with the impulse to erase and sanitize histories of violence, exclusion, and injustice that my co-panelists have been elaborating. Although efforts at erasing and ignoring this history, as exemplified by the recent executive order on restoring truth and sanity to American history, are often said to be done in the name of uplifting American values, I would like to suggest that they are in fact at odds with pursuing values like liberty, equality, and justice. So why think that this would be at odds? So first, equality. A key aspect of equality, political philosophers have argued, is in how we relate to each other. Equality requires that there be no social hierarchies, relations of inferiority and superiority, exploitation, or marginalization. I would suggest then that we cannot relate on terms of equality with someone if we refuse to recognize harm that has been done to them, that we have participated in or benefited from, and if we then ignore calls for repair. Doing so creates relations of marginalization that undermine the possibility of enacting the value of equality. Second, liberty and justice. Ignoring histories of racism and other forms of systematic injustice obscures persisting structural barriers. In so doing, it helps to keep these barriers in place, undermining liberty and perpetuating injustice, which also perpetuates relations of inequality. Right? So doing so thereby, again, undermines the pursuit of these values. Finally, even if you were to believe that structural barriers to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness have been successfully eradicated in this country, erasing the past undermines our ability to learn from it. This makes liberty, justice, and equality fragile, when we should, if we remain committed to these values, want them to be robust. We might think that there are more general moral grounds for being committed to values of liberty, justice, and equality. That is, grounds that go beyond the fact that the writers of these documents included them in these texts. The argument that I've sketched out more modestly suggests that, at least as insofar as we are committed to that project, the values central to that project generate a responsibility to remember, investigate, and pass on knowledge about the exclusions and injustices that form part of our history and our present. Thank you.
So thank you, Annette. I've now tried and sat in every chair on stage. I didn't really think through the optics. I felt like I was colonizing the stage, but unlike the American government, I did give it back, so that's something. Many thanks to our panelists for these rich and thought-provoking presentations. One of the things that really stands out to me in these talks is that they approach the question of the people from very, very different angles, global, legal, historical, experiential, but at the same time, they're deeply interconnected in the kinds of questions that they raise about belonging, exclusion, and identity. So I'm going to start us off with just a couple of really, really open-ended, almost obvious questions just to get the conversation going, and then we'll open things up to the audience. So looking back 250 years ago to the birth of the United States, we can see, and this has been mentioned by many people already, but we can see this narrow idea of the people, which in practice is limited to white male property owners, and at the same time, a more expansive vision, shared by many of the founding fathers, and best expressed by James Madison's description of the United States as, I quote, "an asylum to the persecuted and oppressed of every nation and religion." So how should we understand that tension? To what extent has the idea of the people always depended on both inclusion and exclusion? And how is that tension shaped not just by law and institutions, but also by the ways that we remember and that we narrate the past? So we have, I think, anyone who would like to start, please go ahead.
The microphone's in my hand, so I'll be tribute. I'll take a maybe guilty again as a psychological perspective, because I think you're raising a historical point that goes back 250 years, but we could also ask what's the core aspect of human psychology that shapes why that's the case. And in social psychology, we have an idea that people like to define ourselves by group membership. And that group membership is critically important because it helps us understand who we are as people and who we are in relation to others. And one of the deep challenges is that we try to optimize this thing that we call optimal distinctiveness. The idea that we want to be in large groups, but we also want to be different. Because if we're all in the same group, we lose our sense of who we are. And so I think this challenge that you're asking about why are we here and how can we be in opposition is really a core psychological challenge, which is we might have ideals that should have been at their core about creating a society of inclusion, but perhaps our deepest instincts, those that come from our neurobiology, actually suggests that it's hard, because we're always drawn to figure out that we must be different than others. And if we're different, we want to be better. And so how do we balance that? And I think the American enterprise very much is how do we then pit a national ideal that is founded on a principle that we should be better than what it means to be human, and maybe that's just a lot to ask for. And so I think the challenge is how do we create revolutions, create systemic systems that allow us to fight those deeper urges.
I mean, thank you, Jan. It's a great question. And I echo what you said about how we approach the question is from different disciplinary, subdisciplinary angles, crossing histories and so forth. But it's no easy answer to how to reconcile the originalist, narrow, vis-a-vis the aspirational reading of the documents. But one of my other hats is political sociology. So really, it's impossible to ignore how power shapes the readings, and it's the two reading. For example, the people could be when I'm suggesting in my presentation that people is an invented category in political social theory and history and so forth. So it is in the same, in the two senses, it's an invented category, a tool for mobilization by powerful groups to lobby and cement and make nations and control nations, but at the same time, it's also people as sovereign, as a source of power, as rebellious, as revolutionaries. The two readings coexist, and they are in tension, and depending on whoever has the power to interpret it, how we define power, that's another story that we can think about really how the economy of the country changes from time to time, politically, imperial needs, and geopolitics and resources, and so forth. I know I can't answer, but it's the two reading coexist in tension, and whoever has the upper hand in such as the executive orders, and people fight with civic society and mobilizations and academic freedom and freedom of speech and fight back and gains and backlashes and so on.
So as a cultural rhetorician, what I'm interested in are stories. And I think it's not a simple question to answer, but I think it's in part about whose stories we tell and what stories we make room for. And if we made room for more stories, then I think justice follows. But that's my short answer is I think it's about the stories.
This question made me think of how Professor Jones in the previous session was referring to the ambiguities in these texts. And I guess I'm in part inclined to think that we can regard these ambiguities as providing opportunities to better embody and pursue the values that are being alluded to in these texts. So there's a struggle there, but I think there's also an opportunity.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I might actually pick up on what Cindy just said about the stories to ask one follow-up question before I allow others to ask questions. But what I found really fascinating, perhaps because this panel was so diverse in its approaches, is that the people wasn't really treated as a legal category per se. It was more about what feels natural or what feels unquestioned. Whether it was about certain assumptions about religion or a particularly Western relationship to land or certain dominant narratives that we have about national history and memory. And so it does seem to be a lot about storytelling and the kind of stories that we choose to tell, which then makes me wonder, inversely, what has to be made invisible, what has to be forgotten in order to sustain the idea and perhaps the illusion of a unified people. And what would the stakes of recovering those erased stories be? What would that look like to attempt to tell a different story? And I think in some ways that is what Atef was trying to do by recentering the Asian Revolution. But what other ways can we focus on what's been erased and what could be told differently?
I guess I'll start. So absolutely, I think that erasure has been an important part of maintaining certain illusions, and that it's critically important to make space for the kinds of stories that we've been telling here. And yeah, again, I mean, sort of to reiterate what I've been saying, I think that if we want to be committed to the American project, if you will, I mean, we can of course say that the project is built on all of these erasures, but we can also, ask the question of whether we do want to be committed to the values that the founders were allegedly committed to, then that is going to require telling these stories and pushing past those erasures and refusing to allow these things to be erased.
I think this question of erasure is really interesting. And again, I'm not a historian, but one of the questions that I'd ask for historians, and I'll try to give a social scientific perspective on, is why erasure now? We're taking for granted that we're at the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, and it happens to be the moment in history where we're seeing the greatest threats to the supposed ideals of that declaration, at least since the Civil War. And part of that story, I think, comes from a period of racial backlash and racial resentment. And when we think about the people, at least in a democracy, the idea is that the majority gets to define the narrative. And we're having a moment of crisis in part because the majority is changing, or could be changing, and these are the debates about immigration policy and how we're gonna proceed as a country, who are the people, is not static. And so this question of who we erase and whose narratives we elevate is very much a story of how we determine who has the power to define that American project. I think that part of the deepest challenge is we often talk about political polarization as a debate between people who share a common goal and have different methods of how to get there. And we know that it's not necessarily true. And some of the key defining differentiation between some of the major groups in American life are those who think that we should be elevating the narratives of those who have historically been oppressed and centralizing them in the American identity, and those who think that those stories and the people who tell them shouldn't have a place at all. And so I think now this question is one that can't be static, and it gets back to a question that was asked in the first panel of, how do we think about the time course of all of this? And I think that our responsibility, and what I appreciate the fellow panelists for doing, is not allowing the assumption that solely the white Christian male narrative is the one that has defined our country or should define our country, and elevating those other perspectives. But erasure is still something that's fought, because when you erase, you control.
So thank you. I'm going to open up to questions from the audience. Please feel free to jump in, and you can direct your question to individual panelists, or you can direct your question to the panel as a whole. So with Ellen McClure here, will start us off.
Hi, thank you all so much for this. I'm Ellen McClure in French and History, direct the Institute for the Humanities. I'm surprised to have not heard the word, especially maybe just because of the religion, but one of my favorite words, and it sounds like what we're all talking about, is strategies of legitimation, right? And the idea of legitimacy and the thirst for legitimacy, right? So there's a way in which Christianity is so shortcut to legitimacy, and I'm sitting here thinking about the ways in which kind of truth, justice in the American way, right, or the ideals that are in the Declaration are very hard to legitimize, right, and kind of on purpose, But is that part of what we're seeing right now, is reaching for, how do you legitimize water? Basically, like, how, you know, it's in, you know, the force is kind of in the, you know what I'm saying. But so would any of you like to sort of say something about legitimacy? Yeah.
Thank you, Ellen. It's a great question. It's not easy to answer, and I maybe am by thinking about the political sociology of the present. This is my humble reading is that there was liberalism that existed sometime in this past or history, you know, but there's a collapse of a liberal order, and what Trump and what the current administration do, if I'm reading question about legitimation matters or not now, I don't think it matters. It seems to matter. It seemed to matter in the past. That's what my reading. There was always constant about there is maneuvering, there is margin, there is a conflict of interpretation. You know, there is like debate and tension and dialectics. So now there is, nobody cares about legitimation anymore. It's like a legitimation, it's the power of the gun. It's like a Hobbesian. I think this is the current configuration of American politics, of government. But legitimation mattered. Which is, it's not a beautiful word, to be honest, but it also implies force. Legitimation is ideology and force together. But if you only want to legitimate through force, that's like something, it cannot be described as democracy.
Hey, Ellen. So the reason I told the story I told, the way I told it, is because there was a historical cycle of legitimization, right? So Esther Beltikobe, my grandmother, when she was born, she was not a US citizen. Citizenship wasn't conveyed to Native America until 1924. And even then, the citizenship was contested because some natives didn't want to be citizens. They wanted to retain their sovereignty. So, but you know, you go through removal and oppression and sharecropping and economic oppression, racial oppression, class oppression, and you arrive at my parents who succeeded and were legitimized. And the reason, that's why I told the story the way I did, is because it's a process, right? And it's odd to me to be, and I said I was the first college graduate in my family, it's odd to me to be in the middle class. It is odd. It feels, from my family's perspective, it feels like I have both arrived and I am the result of dreams, but also what have I lost? So that's what I think about in the process of legitimization. Are we homogenizing? And then what are we losing?
Hello, I'm Lowell Sita. 30 years ago, we U.S. taxpayers paid for Iraq national election ballots that contained features to facilitate voting by the disabled and the illiterate. Those features have never been on a state of Illinois ballot. Jesse Lee White Jr. and Broadway Bank's Gene Ullius just haven't added them. Having blue elephants, red donkeys, and the Green Party name printed in green would help the disabled plebiscite. Everyone would be helped by having digital photographs, frontal facial photographs, on the same line as the names of the candidates. All these visual cues would help everyone's memory.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. I understand the question about electoral reforms, and we need that more than ever, but I also sometimes I try to remind myself and remind my students in the when we discuss democracy, I remind them that democracy is not just electoral politics. Democracy is freedom of speech, organizing, unionism, and so forth. So I really appreciate your concern about ableism in electoral politics and what can we do to reform it and so forth. But there's so many things happening as in the keynote, this conversation before, our gerrymandering and many other things. So much things to be done about electoral systems and the racial legacies and how it plays in the racial system too, in the electoral system in the US.
Thank you so much for your question and the point and also these examples that you raise. I think that is reminding me of questions that I've been thinking about recently along these lines of, what kinds of systems we need to have in place in order for people to effectively, I'm primarily thinking about it from this knowledge perspective, but I mean, what you're saying is, if you're going to vote, you need to know who you're voting for. You need to be able to access that information effectively, and that's going to be connected up to being able to effectively carry out a democratic system. So I think you're absolutely right, and I really appreciate those examples. They fit in so well with the kinds of questions that I've been thinking about recently.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the presentations, which were very stimulating and interesting. Two very short questions. Aleph, I wondered what the epistemological status is of a revolution for you, because you make the point that revolutions quite often end up with people joining a dominant group system rather than change. So I'd just like to hear what is a revolution in a sense. Michael, I enjoyed your talk greatly. In some ways, it's very carefully done, very nicely done, but it wasn't that surprising to find that there's such overlap between the race hierarchies. So I wondered if you could think about taking it a step further, and what are the implications for political violence? So when Congresswoman Omar is attacked in a town hall meeting in Minneapolis, or when the Minnesota legislator Melissa Hortman is murdered with her husband, how do we relate that to your hierarchies, given that we know from work by Urban, Milan, Slovlik, and others that American voters' willingness to tolerate violence to defend their position has increased? Thank you.
Thank you. This is it's a great and very large questions, and and I'm just reflecting on my current thinking about that. So two pieces I have in mind. One is that one ontology, one epistemology, and the epistemology is like, when we think of revolutions, we ought to take into account there's the accumulation of knowledge. Like the Enlightenment, modernity is a central piece of it, and there's many other things happen afterwards. There's political revolutions, social revolutions, and so forth. And we are in the stage when we are arguing that social revolutions are gone. Democracies are immune from revolutions, and that's like while not taking into account that democracy is being eroded itself. So in other words, there is a modernist thinking. We're revolving around modernity, even though we are in a postmodern era, while centering these things are irreplaceable, irrepeatable, and so forth. This question is really troubling, because the idea that while not invoking end of history explicitly, like Fukuyama-ish, or Huntington, we are invoking end of history practically by suggesting that radical revolutions and the age of revolutions are over. So that's the epistemological thing. We are modernists without acknowledging it, and we need to revisit and question and to open the discussion about modernity and colonialism and enslavements and different definitions of freedom and liberation and so forth. This is an epistemological thing. What is revolution ontologically? One time when I was finishing my book, I one kind anonymous reviewer or harsh or was proved to be really provocative and helping me, asked me how we define revolutions. And it really was difficult for me, and it took me a while to think about it. So because we only study revolutions, the present or the past, as if they are disconnected, even though revolutions inform one another. Historically, we always inspiration, there was always backlashes and so forth. So I had some answers, but one of my answers is that revolutions is inherently, and it has a peculiar ontologies, competing essences. It's ideal and it's realist, because the realists want to build the state. The ideal want to emancipation and so forth. It's mobilization, and it's also success and failure and outcome. You know, it's an emancipatory project, but also has a seed of totalitarian thinking. You know, so there's all these things. So really, there's no one easy answer. It depends. We have Lenin, and we have like, you know, ideational thinkers. There have many types of revolution. We have Robespierre. We have, you know, so it's really difficult to answer it transhistorically. We just try to learn from different disciplines and try to come up with an answer.
Thanks, Hades. I think your question is spot on. So the work I was presenting, trying to give a descriptive angle, but when we think about why religion matters, part of what I think makes religion so important for us to pay attention to is it's highly moralized. So we think about it within the lens of what political scientists and social psychologists call sacred values. These things that become so core to who we are that they're beyond the scope of material exchange. Meaning, if somebody gave you $1 billion, would you violate a certain value? And within the realm of religion, many things take on sacred values. We think about the work of Martha's colleague Lillian Mason, who highlights that we've seen a social sorting in American politics over the last many decades. Whereas it used to be that you could have many people of different racial and ethnic and religious groups in different political parties. Now we see that they're becoming more closely aligned, something that some scientists call political sectarianism, the idea that religion is becoming so core to the definition, not only of race, but also politics, that when we're fighting, we're not fighting over ideas, we're fighting over deep-seated moral values. And when those moral values become the center of our societal debates, then the way we resolve them changes. We resolve them via more violent means, because what does it mean to lose? Well, it's not just a subtle debate. It's a question of whether or not your morals are in society, whether you'll be saved. That's really, really heated. So in some work that we've been doing, we've been looking at the relationship between, for example, religious nationalism and political violence and anti-democratic attitudes in many parts of the world. So we have some surveys. We just launched one yesterday in Malaysia. I'm looking at the relation between religious nationalism and support for violence. And what we find is that in pretty much every country that we study it, people who are more likely to say that the nation should have a dominant religion that is fused with the politics are also more likely to support political violence as a way to achieve their political goals. And so I think that's really important, and it's really scary. And one of the questions then is, what do we do about it?
Thank you all so much. And the questions in here are just, I love the curiosity because that is very human in itself, especially with like everything happening and what's led up to this point. My question, you all spoke about modernity, perspective with stories, cultural beliefs, and knowledge. And overall, I guess you all could answer, but especially for Dr. Martin Annette? Could remembering prohibit self-development to a new system or structure of imagined knowledge? Because imagination is very key to us as humans. And if we do have remembrance, how can this like stop the habits that have been prolonged and the reproduction of patterns? And is it humane to create a new system, or will it be inhumane to that?
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, it sounds like you're worried about some of the tensions maybe between imagination and memory, and then how that means for how we negotiate.
This idea of humanity and the tensions that can come from it, but also the prohibition of being able to evolve a global world that, obviously we spoke about unification a little bit, but is that inhumane to do so?
Yeah, okay. Great question. There's a lot to think about there. So at least maybe thinking about, some pieces of that. I think that I do think there's going to be an important role for imagination, imagining, better possibilities. I also think that there's going to be an important role for memory. And so some might think that, that remembering, the dark aspects might, then cause problems or tensions. But as I was trying to suggest, I think there's something really important about learning from that and having that then guide you as you're moving forward. I think so. There are going to be tensions there, but I think it's going to be important to navigate those tensions, not to try to erase and forget in that process. But I absolutely think that's a difficult thing to do in practice, but an important thing to try to do.
So yeah, Kate, you can have the last question.
Oh, great, thank you. I wasn't going to ask a question, but the examples that were used about political violence, Ilhan Omar, the Minnesota Speaker of the House, I'm thinking of Nancy Pelosi's husband because he was Nancy Pelosi's husband. And I'm also thinking about the three examples of, when in your religion and race intersection, president, judge, army general. The very first thing that came to mind for me is, are they thinking about, race and religion, but they're probably definitely thinking about gender, right? So, not to add another section of intersectionality, but, taking these two things together, there was a question earlier in the first session about, the role of Black women, but I'm also just wondering, where women fit into this story, birthright citizenship, all these things, birth, but, I'm sorry, I'm getting very inarticulate here, but we've had two women run for president, and both had a legitimate claim to be qualified to do that, and yet. And so I'm wondering that in these stories, we talk about the founding fathers, we talk about, in our imagining of who is American, I bet if we asked AI to give us a visual of an American, yes, that person would be white, but they would also be male, right? And so I'm just wondering, given the little time we have, can someone bring the role of gender in the imaginings, the memory? I appreciated talking about your grandparents and centering your grandmothers and your mother. How can we bring gender more into this conversation?
I'll share just because you brought up some of the examples. I think you're spot on. So there's a lot of work in my field that shows that stereotypes about leaders are stereotypes about men. So that is quite strong. We see that really core, and we have a lot of evidence that people weren't willing to vote for female candidates for many of these reasons. So I think all of that is right. And I'll just highlight that it's not non-consequential. So just to tie it into the specific things that I do as an example, within that Christian nationalist movement, that's also a white supremacist movement and a Christian hierarchical movement, there's a pronatalist movement that says that women should be at home and should be raising kids. They shouldn't be in the workforce, and they certainly shouldn't be in leadership positions. And we see this in the SAVE Act. Why is it that we're talking about potentially disenfranchising so many women from the vote? And we have Pete Hegseth's pastor, Pastor Wilson, who just came out and said, actually, we think that once women are married, they shouldn't vote at all. It should just be the head of the household. And so this question of gender is very much a present question in American society as it is in many other societies. And I think, you know, it's a challenge that, you're right, should be at the forefront of this conversation, and unfortunately it isn't centered as much as it should be.
So thank you for your question. I'm back on the stories that we tell. And so being a woman raised by women, and coming from a matriarchal culture and a matriarchal family, like, it's a very different experience, and it's one that is not, and it's one shared by many Americans. It's not unusual, and by Americans I mean, like, broadly speaking, this matrilineal family management is common in many cultures. So I think centering women is I feel like we have been centering women, and I feel like what we're experiencing now when we look at Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris is actually backlash against the centering of women. I think it's revolution in a way, and so I think we're going to have to gear up for that, right?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I was initially going to ask a final question that was meant to be more optimistic about, you know, finding ways of redefining belonging that don't reproduce the patterns we've been discussing, but I think the answer might be matriarchy. So I'll just leave it there, and say that we should you know, move on to lunch. And I want to reiterate what Jenny Breyer said, that there's a workshop lunch.
Jenny, do you want to announce that into a mic?
Come join the mapping workshop, which is in the Fort Dearborn room that is to the right of this room past the escalators.
And please give a huge round of applause for our speakers.
I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch and was able to participate in that great workshop. All right. I'd like to welcome everyone back to LAS's Faculty Research Forum. I'm Ainsworth Clark, Associate Professor in Black Studies and English, and it's my pleasure to introduce the speakers for our second conversational keynote, Professor Christy Picacaro and Professor Douglas Keel. Dr. Christy Picacaro is an associate professor of history, African American studies, and French, as well as the special advisor to the President on Internationalization at George Mason University. Professor Picacaro is an expert in the study of slavery, empire, race, colonialism, Afrofeminism, and cultures of war. She is the recipient of numerous awards and fellowships. She is the author of Military Enlightenment, War and Culture in the French Empire from Louis XIV to Napoleon. That's Cornell 2017. Her articles have appeared in PMLA, French Historical Studies, Modern Language Notes, Contemporary French and Francophone Studies, the 18th Century, and other venues. Professor Picacaro is also the Vice President of the International Commission on the History of the French Revolution. She serves on the board of editors of the American Historical Review, and she's an active public historian, notably serving as president of the Board of Trustees of Tudor Place Museum in Washington, D.C., home of the descendants of Martha Washington and generations of enslaved and free African Americans. Dr. Keel is a citizen of the Oneida Nation and studies indigenous histories and settler colonialism, primarily in the American Midwest, with an emphasis on law and policy. Their work has appeared in Middle West Review, The American Historian, NICE, Native American and Indigenous Studies, and Ethnohistory, amongst other venues. Professor Keel is also the author of the recently published Unsettling Territory, The Resurgence of the Oneida Nation in the Face of the Settler Backlash, published by Yale University Press, 2026. Congratulations. Dr. Keel is a recipient of the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation's New Directions Fellowship, 2025 to 2027. Their work in museums has included co-curating Indigenous Chicago at the Newberry Library from September 2024 to January 2025, and Native Truths, Our Voices, Our Stories, a permanent exhibition at the Field Museum that opened in 2022. Additionally, they serve on the Scholarly Advisory Committee for the New Wisconsin History Center, opening in September 2026. And they're currently working on a book entitled Power Over Land, A New History of the American Midwest. We're really delighted to have these two compelling speakers to continue the discussion we've started this morning. And I thought we would just open it up with a kind of broad question before Professor Picicaro comes to deliver a few words. And the question I'd like to ask, and it's a kind of broad, open-ended question that allows you to kind of put everything you'd like on the table. You're both engaged in work that puts pressure on kind of the animating terms of the Declaration, you know, people, sovereignty, and so on. Could you both say a little bit more about what we need to put on the table to begin rethinking these terms from the perspective of Indigenous or Afro-diasporic studies, those areas of expertise that you've published so influentially in? And if you could come for us.
It's going to go on. I think it's on. Okay. Thanks so much for that question, and thanks for agreeing to sit with us on this panel. We are hoping to engage you as well, and to engage all of you. Well, my first thought in response to that question, and also thinking about some of Martha's comments this morning, is that we might consider not doing away with these terms, but considering some other ones. And considering terms, concepts, cosmologies, practices that come from different heritages that have been flourishing in these spaces from time immemorial in some cases, and more recently in other cases. So I think that it's time to acknowledge the ambiguities of those terms, the sort of elasticity that you were talking about, Martha, that they can be sort of gripped and reclaimed by people with completely opposing political agendas. What will it take for us to start foregrounding different ways of thinking?
I think additionally along those lines, I think one important thing is to grapple with that we maybe don't all share the same definitions of certain terms. So I think a useful and important opening point is the notion of sovereignty. The idea of nation-state Westphalian sovereignty that is about, you know, territorial integrity and military power, that's a version of understanding sovereignty, and Indigenous sovereignty is a very different notion, and sometimes I think there's sometimes glossed as being indistinguishable, and that, you know, there's certain strategic reasons that Indigenous people use this terminology, but in many ways we're pointing to different ideas.
Okay, so we decided together that Doug and I were going to present short PowerPoints to show you some of the things that we are thinking about and to foreground some questions. So let me see. Yes, I can do it myself. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Vicki, and to the tech team for making this happen. And this is also my opportunity to thank the organizing committee. Thank you so much for hosting us, for creating this event. Thank you to the Illinois Humanities Council. There are many, it takes a village to make something like this happen, and I'm so honored to be included in these discussions. And thank you all for coming, for being part of the village that hopefully is going to come up with some ways of moving forward. So our panel is on this theme of the people, sovereignty, land, and revolutions. And I'm taking this opportunity to sort of hopefully have us take a collective breath together and to think about all of the things that are already on the table in this discussion, but also things that you are carrying in your heart and in your mind at this time. So indeed, America 250 is a time of commemoration and celebration, though only for some. And it's certainly a time of reflection and questioning. It's a time of looking forward, and hopefully a time of taking action. As we're thinking about the people, it occurs to me that there are sort of two ways in which we take it, and one perhaps more often than the other. There's a sort of ontological sense, which is the birth, the creation of a body politic, of a national body, and that this is indeed always an imagined community. It's always a type of invention. But as we've seen already, and as we know, there's also unimagined community that is a part of it, things that are not imagined, people that are not imagined, and communities that don't feel like community. And I think that is something that many of us are carrying right now. But then there's a phenomenological sense, which is that of the personal experience. What is our own experience of this political entity and of its history? And for me as a scholar and as a citizen, I ask myself, what is our role? What is the role of the scholar, of the historian, but also those of the public, the consumers of this history? We're facing and dealing with powerful narratives, and this is something that Cindy brought up earlier, this question of the narrative. These narratives are all along the spectrum from beloved to hated, and yet they are powerful enough to hold together this community in some way. They mark not only internal audiences here, but also external audiences. This is America's brand. And despite everything that we see in the news and the many, many sordid things that have happened in this country since its inception, somehow that brand is sticking, our international brand. And so it marks the place of the United States in global history and in the current world order. And of course, it's an admixture of history and of myth, and also of deliberate silences. And Trouillot was already mentioned this morning by our colleague Atef. And I think it's important that we start to dig in, as Trouillot did, this Haitian philosopher and historian who wrote this book that is required reading in all of my graduate courses, and for most of my undergrads too, at least in part of the book, Silencing the Past, Power, and the Production of History, that we think about how silences creep in to our narratives. How does it happen? Well, Trouillot talks about 4 moments: the moment of fact creation, what is written down, what is not, what is kept, what material objects are kept, what are thrown away, right? The moment of fact assembly, what is put into an archive and made publicly available, what is kept inside of family archives. And we have so many of those in the United States. And I think many people don't even think their photo albums are historical archives, but they are. The moment of fact retrieval, what do you pull out of those archives? What do you go to look at all, right? There's so much that people don't bother to take a look at. And then the moment of retrospective significance, the making of history, and sometimes I think of it as history with a capital H, right? The history that somehow is marked as mattering. And so Trouillot talks about the ways that events and actors are written out of history, and indeed he talks about the erasure of the Haitian Revolution, the ways that the age of revolutions have focused on the American, the French, and the Haitians sort of added very belatedly. I was just at the University of Pennsylvania for a conference at the McNeil Center where, on the age of revolutions, where indigenous histories of the revolutionary period were not included in the discussion at all. And so the erasures run deep. Even in a discussion of erasures, there are erasures. So we must be aware of this. But then there's also the problem of writing events and actors into history, but in a colonizing way. And here I'm showing this film that many of us like to harp on about the Haitian Revolution. This film Toussaint Louverture, made by an Afro-French director, Philippe Niang. And you know, basically, it's the story that many people have long believed, which is that somebody like Toussaint Louverture, a hero of the Haitian Revolution, read materials from the French Revolution and decided, you know what? I'm going to rebel against slavery. I got a new idea. Thank you, French, for this idea, right? So this is obviously not how enslaved people thought, as Vincent Brown has shown in his book about Tacky's Revolt, an excellent book. You know, and other scholars too. From the moment people were taken captive, they had the idea of rebelling. The fights happened all along the way, from being dragged into captivity, from the detention centers on the African coast, to the ships that crossed the Middle Passage, to the arrival at the ports all over the Americas, and also in the Indian Ocean, talking about erasures. And so that fight was a permanent fight. In fact, Vincent Brown says that slavery was a permanent state of war. And so we must be careful when we look at chronologies of revolution, not to turn them into teleologies. And this is my little, I love to editorialize myself. As you can see, I put little notes on the things that I wrote. So this is a strange habit. And so, you know, nota bene, most people learn history in this way from video games, from TV shows, from movies. And so this is a great book by one of my colleagues, Alyssa Sepinwall, Slave Revolt on Screen. It's about video games and about movies and TV about the Haitian Revolution. So I think while these subjects sometimes fall somehow into the academic discipline of communication and media or cultural studies, I think that many different types of scholars should be taking up these questions of how people are learning these histories. So now I just want to turn to you to say, what are the silences and acts of power over narrative in US history that feel most pressing to you in this 250th year of the US? Just to ask yourself that question. And why do they feel pressing to you? And what are you going to do about it? And this demands a level of epistemological awareness of our own situated knowledge. I like to spend time in some of the workshops that I do helping people to think about how they know, because we don't think about that all the time. Geographies of knowledge, where do you know from? Genealogies of knowledge, who do you know from? Positionalities of knowledge, what intersectional perspectives and experiences shape what and how you know? Regimes of knowledge, what cultural systems of truth, legitimacy shape how what you know and value? And ethics of knowledge, what moral underpinnings shape what and how you know and value? So this is something that I'm sitting with, and someone I'm sitting with who is Sylvia Winter. I just missed her at Stanford as a graduate student, so I wasn't able to study under her. But this is a question that grows out of a title of an article that you see here at the bottom. What if we unsettle the coloniality of being, power, truth, freedom in our account of the age of revolutions and that of the declarations and its heritage that we live today? And so I have some things to say about how we move out of that, out of the colonial to the decolonial to the anti-colonial. And I'm putting this text here, it's a text-heavy slide, but it's also because many people, for those for whom it's more difficult to process through listening, you can look. A decolonial approach to the age of revolutions must involve an epistemic shift that takes at least two forms of refusal: a refusal of the colonial gaze and a resistance against the domination of Eurocentric and global North epistemologies, a refusal of what Sarah Knott has called history writing for neoliberal times. The latter modality of empirical history writing is a manifestation of recent knowledge-making in a globalizing present, which appears most often in a socially inclusive but politically quietist narrative form. The Academy's simultaneous political correctness and racial capitalism turns histories of the oppressed into a symbolic tokenistic tableau of diversity, or a facile object of white liberal armchair moralism that refuses to acknowledge its own privilege and complicity with those same arrangements of oppression. And if we go further and think through an anti-colonial approach, this approach not only exposes and eschews the coloniality of these scholarly politics, it demands epistemic justice beyond racial capitalist representation and demands a radical rethinking and retelling of history. Now you're seeing why I answered the way I did to Ainsworth's first question. This approach insists on the ongoing nature of colonial oppression, exploitation, slavery, and violence, rather than conveniently and fallaciously cloistering such phenomena into a morally, politically, and economically reprehensible past. An anti-colonial approach embraces a radical politics acknowledging and working to advance anti-colonial battles for sovereignty, equity, land back, and multiple forms of reparations that remain very real, everyday struggles for colonized peoples around the world. And we have to contextualize those moments when we look back. This was not just the age of the Declaration of Independence, so beautifully on display here, and showing John Hancock's extreme humility. Did you see how big his signature is right on the center of the page? But there were many other declarations at the time. Just a year after the Declaration of Independence is this declaration for the policing of blacks that was promulgated in France in 1777. The policing of black bodies is not a new phenomenon, it's an old phenomenon associated with slavery and with free black people around the world. And in the French Revolution, there was a declaration of the rights of men and citizens, but there was also a declaration of the rights of women and female citizens. And that one tends to get a lot less attention. And there's probably people in this room who didn't know that it existed. If you didn't, that's not weird. It just doesn't get as much attention. And that's also because it was laughed down in the National Assembly when it was discussed. And in that declaration, there is a direct reference to the ways that the perpetual tyranny of man is the main problem that these women face. And here I would like to return to Cindy Tacoby's discussion earlier of the imposition of patriarchy, even over matriarchal indigenous communities like the Choctaw. But something that you also find are other issues about reclaiming bodies and lineages and the experiences of sexual assault. They want the recognition of the children by their fathers. Every citizeness may therefore say freely, "I am the mother of your child." A barbarous prejudice against unmarried women having children should not force her to hide the truth, so long as responsibility is accepted for any abuse of this liberty in cases determined by the law. So women were voicing true and particular needs, and this goes to you, Doug, about the notion that there are true and particular needs for different people. And this comes from a website, Liberty, Equality, Fraternity, that we have curated at George Mason University, and that you are free to check out. All the documents are in translation from French and Creole, and it's great for teaching and it's great for learning. But there were also declarations of independence, of course, in Haiti, the famous one of 1804, but there is one before that that I find very important and touching, which is this one that dates to November 1803. And it's the Declaration of Independence of the Blacks of Saint Domingo. And so what happens in this document, this is the title, and then these revolutionary leaders, Dessalines, Christophe, Clairvaux, say that the independence of Saint Domingo is proclaimed. And so there is a moment of putting forward the need for sovereignty over one's own body and sovereignty and the creation of a sovereign body. That sovereignty is already understood in multiple ways. And how does one create the Haitian people after that? Well, this is something that needs to be talked about, right? How do you move from revolution to republic or another type of sovereign body? Well, in the case of Haiti, it's not a glorious story. There was a movement toward forced labor, towards something akin to slavery, to relaunch the plantation system, and then soon thereafter to have to pay the crushing indemnities that France imposed to reimburse the French for their loss of the most prosperous sugar colony in the entire world, and that have caused the demise of the Haitian economy for scores of years. So I'll end quickly here with a couple of notes about my own work of respacing, remembering, restoring. I'm working in Guadeloupe, which is a current French colony. And I'm working on a plantation that you see here on the left. It's the Habitation Clairefontaine, which is in ruins, and that I'm working with municipal government, not downtown France and Paris, working with municipal government and with descendants and those who live in this space still today to preserve this history and to preserve their history, the history of the enslaved and their descendants who still live here. And then also to reimagine the knowledge and the ways that they navigated this space. And here I'm showing a watering hole that is very nearby to this Habitation Clairefontaine. It was the only access to water nearby, and the enslaved are known to have gone there to socialize and to drink. And there are carved rocks from the indigenous tribes of the island that are still there today. And many of these carved rocks are smiles, and you can see them when you dump water on them. The rock becomes dark, and so suddenly you would see a sort of black face smiling at you through the rocks. And so the world of the enslaved people of the 17th and 18th centuries is a world that was shared and inhabited by the ancestors and present-day indigenous peoples who gave them strength and smiles. I'm also working at Tudor Place. We've done 2 exhibitions of note, Ancestral Spaces, People of African Descent at Tudor Place, for which we won 2 major awards, one of which we beat out the Smithsonian. We're a little museum in a city of museums, and we could not be more proud of that work. And currently we're doing Founding Fortunes, the estate sale of Martha Washington, where we're telling the story of how all the money was made that allowed the Founding Fathers to become eminent people in their communities, to become notables, and to fund their activities. And so this goes back to the history of indigenous land grab and dispossession through to slavery. And so we're working with descendants, archives, archaeology. These are some remnants from a dig on the left where we found some plates and other objects, including a blue bead that we're trying to identify as potentially having come from indigenous times. So we are working against erasure, but also trying to respect the right to opacity, what Edouard Glissant calls the right to opacity. There are things that were not meant for public consumption, that are meant for communities alone, for individuals alone, and it is not our place to violate that desire for opacity. And I will end here by reading a poem by I need to bring some art into this. I'm going to read a poem. There has been art already. I would like to add to it, let me say. By a 13-year-old girl who lives in Washington, D.C. It's called Homesick. My America, her America, our America, no America. Beating sun, bright pool, bring me home. The bittersweet sound of swings creaking harmonizes with children's laughter. Waking up to the smell of freshly cut grass, the sweet, creamy taste of sunshine in a cone. No, it's all a facade, fake. My vision of America, shattered by hidden lies uncovered, the true American spirit driven by will to power. My faith doesn't lie here in this cemetery of dreams. No, this is not my home, my America. She was degraded, she was disrespected, she was distraught. Still she fought, she pushed, she persevered, she progressed. Then she was granted success. No, it still remains that pain. Words of discouragement resonate through delicate ears. Blaming stares brand our souls. We mutter the words, undoing the wrong. I can dream, I can reach my goals, I can be better. Her America. We are great, the greatest, chins up, shoulders squared. We are who we say we are. No. Our hands were made to work, body made to move, mouth made to speak, and yet our hands can't seem to write the silenced truth. Body not able to take that step, mouth unable to utter those critical words. We stand and we watch bystanders, our America. I'm stuck in this endless well of my limits, but still, like dust, I'll rise, I rise, we rise. No, we fall, we crash. Gravity lulling us into the deep depths of failure. We are a hand that can't quite grasp the star, the red with no white or blue. Where does our future lie? No, America. Thank you.
Excuse me just a moment. Thank you, everybody, for coming, and thank you for the invitation, and thank you to all of the organizers, particularly students who have put time into bringing this event together. Based on the title of my talk today, What to the Oneida is the 4th of July, you might infer that I don't think it's exactly a cause of celebration. Just a quick and completely shameless plug for my new book. Here it is. Took a long, long time to get there. And one of the stories that I end with, to give you a sense of what is the relationship between the Oneida Nation in particular and the United States. And one of the most interesting and quirky places that we can find this relationship expressed is in Green Bay along Packerland Drive and what is called the Green Bay Walk of Legends. And the Oneida Nation has generously installed what are a series of public monuments that are about Green Bay Packers history. But on the other side of these monuments to key legends in Green Bay Packers football history are reminders of the role of Oneidas in the American Revolution. And there are these interesting hybrid football American Revolution monuments, and the two really sort of drawing a sense of Oneida Nation's relationship to Americans writ large. But let's first back up, and to spoil the celebration a little bit, what do I mean by, on the previous slide, the oldest democracy in North America? The formation of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy several centuries before any European set foot on the continent, with this specific belt symbolizing the unification of 5 distinct nations into a broader confederacy. This happened centuries before, again, any European colonizer arrived. And this is a confederacy that is organized around what we call the Great Law of Peace, and it is a system of interdependent sovereign nations in which each has their own sovereign authority. And my talk today is really about trying to explain this one particular belt that you're looking at here. And it happens to be local. It happens to be at the Field Museum in its highest security vault. And what is this belt? This belt is what is referred to as the Oneida Tribal Belt. It is the symbol of Oneida national identity. Whether you're in New York, Ontario, or Wisconsin, this is our national symbol. Where does it come from? It's from the immediate aftermath of the revolution. The revolution itself posed a threat to this constitutional order that had been pre-existing. And a traditional narrative had been that the Haudenosaunee-Iroquois Confederacy was ended by the American Revolution, and it resulted in a civil war in which the Confederacy was over. No, not at all. And this belt that Oneida people made following the conflict is a symbolic reunification of the communities following the American Revolution. You see here 6 communities, as Tuscaroras by then had joined the Confederacy, and each of them open-ended on each end in such a way that this group of 6 nations, just like a group of 13 colonies, may continue to grow. And just contextualizing a little bit, Oneida people's place in the Revolution, how we get caught up in it. This is a monument to what is called the Oneida Carry, one of many historically significant portages that make for easy access to getting to the Great Lakes. And it becomes a strategic waterway and fort, oh God, I'm forgetting the name of the fort. It'll come back to me. Key military fortifications are established right here in Oneida territory, taking advantage of these key waterways. And to back up another step about setting the conditions for revolution, what is this all about? What are Americans after? Let's be clear that liberty is about land, right? It's about a notion of free land and the ability to expand into it. And so what is this line? This line, the proclamation line of 1763, is in so many ways the origin of the American Revolution. This is what follows after the 7 Years' War, French and Indian War. And this line becomes, the British Empire loves its partition lines. They draw them all over the planet, right? And to disastrous consequences virtually everywhere. But the outcome of this global war is that on the east side is what comes to constitute the 13 colonies as we know them, and on the west is indigenous territory, and the settlers are, for God's sake, not to cross over into indigenous territory. We have made diplomatic agreements. This has cost lives and tremendous sums of money fighting all over the world. These are the agreements that have been brokered. Americans' core identity is with wanting to burst past that proclamation line. This is something of an inhibition to American growth. And in terms of Americans being upset about the taxes, why are the taxes so damn high in the first place? Global wars like the 7 Years' War. And so you have the strategic, diplomatic imposition of this proclamation line. No going west. This is the agreement that we've fought over. But Americans, as the core to their being, are interested from the beginning in extending beyond this. So I'll be moving to the Oneida Nations' relationship to the Americans in the Revolution. But before getting there, just broadly, talking about Americans and their relationship to Native people broadly, we haven't gotten to the 27th and final grievance of the Declaration of Independence. And if you go to your printed version that everyone picked up at the check-in on page 11, you can see that it's not simply one of the grievances. This is the culmination. This is the climax. This is what it all builds toward. This is the last grievance that penultimately, just after this, and this is why war is justified. This is why tyranny and to overthrow this authority, right? And to point out, there's an American tradition of reciting the Declaration of Independence. To do so, one has to proudly, full-throatedly read this statement. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us, and he has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers, the merciless Indian savages whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. And again, if you go to the beginning of the document, the tone of the language, by the time you get to grievance 27, it's vitriolic. Oneidas, nonetheless, do end up siding with Americans in the Revolution, which is an extraordinarily uncommon and unpopular decision. Tuscaroras also do, Stockbridge people significantly do as well, but there's not a ton of Indigenous allies to the United States. How does this happen for Oneida people? First is proximity to Fort Stanwix. That's the name of that fort, came back to mind, Fort Stanwix. And this is one of many moments in Oneida history that being close to non-native populations does have an effect on the character of Oneida politics. And Presbyterian missionary Samuel Kirkland was a particularly influential force in late 18th century Oneida life. Samuel Kirkland was the founder of Hamilton College. It originally started as the Hamilton Oneida Academy, an institution that was to educate Oneidas. And on the left is Shenandoah, who was one of the primary chiefs of the Oneida Nation during the late 18th century. And the Oneida role in the American Revolution really comes down to the personal relationship, the personal friendship between Samuel Kirkland and Shenandoah. And that Shenandoah does become a true believer in the cause of liberty through his friendship with Ellis, or Kirkland, sorry. What we have depicted here is George Washington, Shenandoah, and at the front, Polly Cooper. And just to share an important and foundational story about the Revolution, and again, Oneida's people's place in it. This is a story that is commemorated this year on the dollar coin. One of the most important moments for Oneidas in the Revolution, in addition to horrific moments on the battlefield at Oriskany, where Haudenosaunee people are at that point fighting against one another. It's turned truly to civil war. And to remind ourselves of American Revolution folklore, right? That the winter at Valley Forge is a particularly treacherous one. Washington soldiers are underfed, in terrible condition, their clothes are in tatters. There are serious concerns about whether or not they will make it through the winter. And Polly Cooper, an Oneida woman, shows up, of course with many other Oneidas, bringing hundreds of bushels of corn to Washington's starving soldiers at Valley Forge. Teaches them how to cook with the corn as well. This is a profoundly important moment in this turning point in the war. And the outcome of this service in the American Revolution are promises from George Washington himself following the Revolution that Oneidas will forever remain in possession of our territory in upstate New York because of having allied with the United States. Following the Revolution, Oneida territory is whittled down in New York to 32 acres. And it stays at a 32 acres number for over a century until really quite recently. And it's now only just over 1,000 in New York. Why are these 26 treaties illegal? These are 26 treaties that the state of New York implemented with the Oneida Nation. States do not make treaties. Congress makes treaties. Every single one of these treaties in its inception was fraudulent, but each one of them whittled away Oneida landholdings. And this concept I have noted up here, the doctrine of latches, what is that in reference to, is that this is all very actionable in terms of legal claims, and it has been. This illegality was proven in the Supreme Court in 1985, and Oneida people won an important and historic land claims case in that. Now, what it means to come to a settlement for a massive chunk of upstate New York is something that has been resolved for my entire life. The doctrine of latches is effectively a time limit. It's taken too long. Though this Supreme Court victory in 1985 affirms Oneida land rights, it's simply taken too long. So I want to shift our mind toward the Midwest, connecting here to the Revolution. Oneidas, we end up in Wisconsin because of this fellow, another missionary, Eleazar Williams, who was a Mohawk Episcopalian missionary. And this is the sort of thing that isn't known until after his death. This is the importance of historical research. Only after Eleazar Williams' death do we find that he was in close relationship with land speculators in upstate New York. And his interest in getting Oneidas and others to move from upstate New York and make way for the future Erie Canal, for instance, was also self-interested in his own way. He imagined a favor for himself. He's an interesting guy, once claimed to be the rightful heir to the throne in France. That's a side topic. And so Oneida people are dispossessed in New York. Many do remain in New York. Many moved to Ontario. And we find ourselves in Wisconsin. This is just a sense of the climate of our new home. Civilization succeeds barbarism on this Wisconsin territorial seal. And by 1838, we have the creation of our reservation just west of Green Bay. Well, depending on the physical Green Bay, the actual bay, but the city of Green Bay itself, 14% of the city of Green Bay is inside the reservation, which is to say that 14% of the city of Green Bay will eventually be fully repurchased by the Oneida Nation. But what I want to back up and explain is that at the heart of my book and the Oneida story over the last century in Wisconsin is that after allotment, so after we are dispossessed in New York, we get that whole reservation that I showed you being established by 1838. And by 1906, this is what's left. 65,000 acres, a little bit over 65,400, down to maybe as low as 90. Certainly no more than 1,000 in terms of what the low point is. And just little images to draw some distinction of like the imagined sense of what this Midwest is and what it actually is. This is defining moment, the mast hanging at Mankato in 1862. And jumping ahead, this is just a lovely quote from Teddy Roosevelt about the purpose of allotment, just to be completely clear that none of this was, say, an accidental outcome, not the intended outcome. It was very much intended to pulverize. That's not really what happened. What I show here is the Oneida Nation lands at present. This is actually getting to be almost a year now. This has grown. So the previous map I showed you was less than 2% of the Oneida lands were held in Oneida hands. At this point, it is 45%, and it is climbing. And at the beginning of the 20th century, we could not have been in a more opposite position. The Oneida Reservation was literally not included in maps of the period. Allotment was so full and complete that people regarded, even people in the nation, regarded the community as a former tribe and a former reservation. People would, a century later, try to use that as something legally actionable, the idea that they were a former tribe and a former nation. That I had to contextualize and explain why that doesn't hold up. But that is the world that my grandmother's born into. Who's my grandmother? Well, there's 3 of my grandmothers in here, but the grandmother who I grew up knowing is here, has a little 3-year-old girl. This is the world she's born into post-allotment. And we've talked already about the themes of citizenship as something of a purported gift for Indigenous people. And just to contextualize a little bit, again, moving the Oneida story forward, in terms of the respect for Oneida nationhood, again, allies on the battlefield in the American Revolution. We're not parties to treaties that end the war. And by the 1920s, Oneidas are campaigning for citizenship, but it's not really clear if this is what this will bring, right? And just to give you a sense of what is it that Oneida leaders are dealing with, right, all this time later, allies to the United States in the American Revolution, and still just really can't express sovereignty in any serious way. Here's Denison Wheelock, frustrated about the role of the BIA in every aspect of life on the reservation. On every Indian reservation in the United States, there is an Indian agent charged with the care and control of every Indian residing on his particular reservation. If an Indian desires to sell his land, the agent secures a buyer and arranges the sale for him. If an Indian wants to buy a cow, the agent finds the cow and arranges for its purchase. If an Indian determines on farming his allotment, the agent furnishes the implements, the seed, and the instruction for him. The office of the agent is the probate court. He is the policeman and judge of the criminal court. He is responsible for all of the property belonging to the government. What does that last line mean? Reservation land is all land held in trust. It's not actually owned by tribal communities, but held by the federal government. To give you a sense of additional voices from this period debating the futures in a post-dispossession world, we have one of my personal heroes, Laura Cornelius Kellogg, just to give you a sense of the flavor of the period of campaigning for citizenship and the 1920s. Here's Laura Cornelius Kellogg speaking to a group of suffragettes. The idea that many white people have of the Indian woman being a slave to her husband who waits on him hand and foot and acts as his hunting dog to fetch the game that he shot down is not more true to the facts than it would be to assume that all you American women were kitchen drudges, just because a few of you have to spend your lives in a hopeless maze of housework. We Indian women have always had equal civil powers with the men, and it is a cause of astonishment to us that you white women are only now in this 20th century claiming what has been the Indian woman's privilege as far back as history traces. So again, thinking of narratives of liberty and democracy, Laura Cornelius Kellogg would maybe be a little bit dubious about our timelines. And just to point to stories of recovery, Laura Cornelius Kellogg is one of many people who imagines the possibilities of recovering Oneida land, which does come to be. This is just one symbolic representation of it, the fact that we recover land and we're able to do something that represents our culture, building an elementary school in the shape of a giant turtle. And by the 1990s, my family that had once left the Oneida Reservation, you saw my grandmother as a 3-year-old little girl, here she is in the back, and in her late 70s, the Oneida Nation becomes a place to return home. Even still, though, as Oneidas return home, there are ongoing battles over jurisdiction, and these battles over jurisdiction and the actual existence of indigenous sovereignty and its exercise in the world is something that rubs many people the wrong way. It's actual practice. Here's just one example to take this discourse into Canada. This is a book that is now in its 3rd edition in Canada, First Nations, Second Thoughts, about the worries of Indigenous people being regarded as nations within Canadian society, right? There is a tremendous amount of anxiety about this kind of transformation that this map represents. With every acre that is repurchased by the tribe and placed back in trust, that is an acre that falls out of the municipal tax base. And so we've had individuals who are representatives of nationwide anti-Indigenous campaigns, such as Elaine Willman of the Citizens Equal Rights Alliance, and we can talk about their use of equal rights language, have targeted the Oneida Nation and land buyback as one example of a place to really wage this war against what effectively by some is seen as reversing the direction of history. And it does reach a point that the Oneida Nation has a complete diplomatic, ceases ties with the village. And I'll close by reading this. It gets to a point in 2008. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Oneida Indians of Wisconsin will not enter into service agreement negotiations, that's to make payments in lieu of taxes, with the village of Hobart until such time as the village board formally recognizes the right of the Oneida tribe to maintain its own government and exercise jurisdiction within its reservation, and the village board abandons assimilationist rhetoric and attempts to change federal Indian policy for the detriment of the Oneida tribe. And so the point here is to say 250 years after Oneida alliance in the Revolution, the existence of the exercise of Oneida sovereignty is still something that is not fully realized or accepted. And as one way to point to the legacies of this moment of tremendous trauma for the Haudenosaunee people is that the reason that this belt is in Chicago at the Field Museum as opposed to at home with one of the communities is because now there are 3 communities scattered across 2 nation states. Where does the belt go? And it's a long story about what the internal tensions are, but these are all the outcome of the American Revolution. So it's not only that the Oneida symbol is wrapped up and directly related to the American Revolution, that our national symbol comes out of the Revolution, but it's also something that is held in limbo, that it is not returned to any of the nations as a result of the complexities that followed. Thank you much.
Thank you so much, Doug and Tristy, for that. Both those wonderful talks and how generative they were. Before we open it up to questions from the audience, I thought we would start it off with a question that struck me as you both spoke, and that kind of is tied to something that was brought up earlier this morning in our final panel. It was at the moment where I think Jan was asking, posing the question of how to understand the tension in the Declaration between inclusion and exclusion, the widening and narrowing of these categories, and response from the panel, bringing it to contemporary moment, was to focus on the fragmentation and division that that most certainly characterize our current public moment, right? And what was interesting about both your talks is you both also highlighted instances where the kind of homogeneity that we would presume to be the case when we recover these histories or expose these alternatives, et cetera, that wasn't quite the story, right? So, Christy, you spoke about how after the revolution in Haiti, you have almost the reintroduction of something akin to slavery. And Doug, you mentioned how the Oneida people sided with the revolution, which is unusual for Indigenous people on the continent. And where you're thinking about where do we put these, where do we place the belt amongst these three communities? Like and I sense here that there's a question of fragmentation and difference that's present here that needs to be engaged and right? And what I want to ask both of you is, one of the resources that identity disciplines, if we're going to use the word that Robin Weigman uses to describe our fields, one of the resources of identity disciplines is that they engage this question explicitly and hold it, as opposed to what we kind of see in the Declaration, which is an attempt to homogenize it and close that question down. So how do you each see your respective fields offering the resources to kind of think the fracture and fragmentation that we are navigating in our current moment?
Sure. In terms of some of the tensions in the Declaration, I mean, beyond the text itself, its subsequent history as well is, on one hand, this is a document that is a vicious assault upon Indigenous humanity. And at the same time, in regards to what are the source documents for what eventually becomes the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948-49, undeniably, the Declaration of Independence is part of that, right? And so it has this dual legacy. Somehow, the document at the same time is espousing these liberal views at the end of the 18th century is also capable, of course, of such vicious assault on humanity. And in terms of fragmentation, I think that's one thing that really makes Indigenous relationships with the revolution, in certain instances, because we don't have uniform experiences, but that for many Native nations, that the revolution is not a celebratory origin story, right? And so for many Native nations, it's the beginning of why some sort of subsequent dispossession or move from one place to another was the result. And so there's a great mixing around on the continent and a reordering of things as a result of loyalties in the war. And it really comes to have a tremendous impact on something like the continuity of Haudenosaunee governance across the U.S. and Canadian border. But importantly, by no means ends it. And as going into the 1920s, for instance, the idea of Haudenosaunee statehood independently was something that Haudenosaunee leaders brought to the League of Nations. Again, expecting to be respected on the world stage just as they were in the moment of the United States' creation. So I think that the fragmentation has served a lot of, it's done a lot of negative work in Native communities, for sure.
I would just add, I think from a Black Studies perspective, one of many possible perspectives, and going back to Sylvia Wynter, was really to interrogate the category of man and the category of the human, and to realize that at the same time as those categories were being elaborated in this modern context, there were also people who were being excluded from those categories, right? And those exclusions happened along racial lines, geographic lines, gender lines. And so, I think that we have an opening to think about that, and that's why there are studies of the post-human, which strikes people as a strange idea initially, but that's the context of it. If certain people are not considered people, and therefore the laws do not apply to them, then we have to problematize the category of human and people and man altogether. You know, I want to think about how we do this together. We've inherited the notion of the melting pot. There is a notion of pluralism in the United States that doesn't exist in other national contexts, France being one of them, where universalism is the national tagline, and where there is not a celebration of diversity, there's a quashing of it. Also along racial lines, and in many cases those racial lines are religious lines, Islamophobia being the primary one, but anti-Semitism also being strong. So where do we go from here? I read that poem, and I had something to say after that, but I was silenced by the words of that young girl. That young girl is my daughter. And it is my job to fight for a solution to this problem, because the 13-year-old child, that is how she feels about America. And so, you know, this is where we have to come together, where we have to break disciplinary bounds, where we have to assume our I and myself and our feelings, where the disembodied scholar and the disembodied consumer shopping in the street and paying too much for eggs and milk, where we have to enter into our bodies and into our lives and into our histories. Something new must be developed by us. And I really, really loved and regret that more people were not able to attend the lunchtime workshop on mapping that was run by Jenny Breyer and by James Levy, and I got to sit with Caesar Thompson and look at how the transformation of the way we think of space, and to know that maps are a colonizing tool. How do we rethink of space? How do we dream of a different future? And so I wish I had an answer. I wish that any of the things I've studied would tell me that, but they haven't. And so then the onus becomes on us to have these discussions, to have bare naked discussions with tears and emotions and ideas, and that nothing is stupid. No idea is too naive. We must have these discussions and create spaces for those discussions, which is something that one of the students in our group proposed for a new map of a part of Chicago.
Thank you. I think you captured that in your talk when you noted that we need to not turn chronologies of revolution into teleologies. Right? That begins this starting point for how to perhaps think of it differently. We have a few moments left. I'd like to open it up to questions to the audience. I think, where's Forrest?
Do we have 15 minutes?
Yeah, if you could just raise your hand.
Yeah. Ainsworth, I think we might have 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any histories of the role of the churches in some of the hidden and also the Oneida? Because they looked at the non-Christian world as pagan or heretic, and they played a major role in transmitting some of these attitudes.
Thank you so much. Yes, part of the doctrine of these slaving empires was forced conversion, but a certain kind of conversion, as you know about the African American Bibles that were given to enslaved people, that they were edited. They're not complete Bibles, and you can read some of those at the Schomburg and at other places, the Schomburg in New York. So forced conversion, and in fact I will just mention that the first slave code, the Code Noir in France that was promulgated in 1685, the first articles are actually about Jewish people. So just to go back to the notion of the importance of religion in this, that Mikey Pasek was talking about earlier, and the imbrication of race and religion. But yes, questions of religious practice are key. They are key in Haiti and in the Haitian Revolution. And initial proclamations coming from the revolting population in Haiti comes from voodoo religion and religious practice and beliefs to say, God does believe in justice, and therefore God is on our side. I don't know what that other God, we don't know what that other God is talking about. If the God of the Christians says that what's happening to us is okay, then this is not our God, right? And so religion is key, and we need to be able to embrace that. Again, so many of the Enlightenment and revolutionary values are seen as secular values. And that means that religious values being a part of it for other populations, how does that square with who we think we were and who we think we are? And it's something that must be considered. And it's maybe out of those traditions as well that vocabulary can be born. There's a power in naming things. So let us find the words.
In terms of Oneida specific relationship with churches, just to give one example of how tied up with church communities our national identities can be. In Wisconsin, the community is really historically defined by participation in either the Episcopalian Church or the Methodist Church. It's only that the traditional longhouse comes into practice in the 1970s. And so for the longest time, it's really about which of the two communities you're affiliated with. So again, Oneida's moved from New York to Wisconsin as a result of the leadership of a missionary, Eleazar Williams, but also an Oneida leader, Daniel Bread. But the relationship between Oneidas and the Episcopal Church is foundational to that. Oneidas arrive in the Michigan territory and build what is the first Episcopal church in the territory. And it, today, even as the Longhouse comes to occupy more space and people's spiritual life, they remain important cultural centers historically and places where families gather. So for instance, my own family history is, there's 200 years of family in the Oneida Methodist Cemetery. So it's, it's an important part of, our identity and history, even as we sometimes abandon the practices of the churches. I wanted to jump to another point just for the sake of having these conversations that you were saying we need to have. To jump quickly, to talk about some of the sort of, some of the disconnects, I think, between our two fields and the sense of Indigenous studies. So one quick way to understand, many Native people's positions on the possibilities of multiculturalism in the United States is to understand that the word for president in all of the Haudenosaunee languages, all 6 of them in different variation, is town destroyer. Why is the word president town destroyer? This is in reference to Sullivan's campaign during, again, the American Revolution. It's an incredibly foundational period, and it is the indiscriminate burning of Haudenosaunee villages, allied or not, and everyone's corn, and putting everyone on the edge of existence. And so there is, in so many ways, for Indigenous studies, an irreconcilability.
Yeah.
But as we were, just chatting last night, I think one important challenge I think for Indigenous studies is to consider that maybe the reconciling isn't always with colonizers. The reconciliation is maybe with the possibilities of, as much as we have our own sort of decolonial bubble and imaginations, you've expressed that you want to make a go of multicultural democracy, right? What is it for Indigenous studies to ignore that possibility, right? And I think there has to be a way of, that's a thing that is worth trying to figure out how to reconcile, as opposed to effective relationships with the settler state. How do we, those of us who are caught up in these power imbalances and histories of violence, find ways to move forward with forms of self-governance that represent our needs, which is in short to say that multiculturalism is not Indigenous sovereignty, right? The idea of a kinder, gentler United States or kinder, gentler Canada is not the same thing as having restoration of one Indigenous sovereignty, right? They're two good values, but they're in different directions. And so how do we actually try to reconcile some of those ideas rather than necessarily settler-state relationships, I think is maybe a core challenge. But a bit of an aside, it just came up while you were...
No, not an aside. And, do you think that, do you think that continuing the process of according land back across this country and then the appropriate sort of ways of then dealing with the people who are being moved off the land, whose land is being given back, you know, isn't there an opportunity for continued land back to occur and for that to be a part of the multiculturalism? I mean, unless the opportunity of kicking everybody off is going to be tough. That's a lot of people to move, and nobody wants us anymore. Nobody wants. We can't all, you know, there's nowhere to go because the whole world was indigenous. And so, you know, but do you think that it's possible to find, by working together, a middle ground?
I do, you know, and I think in place of multiculturalism is plurinationalism.
Yes.
You know, understanding, you know, multiple national identities.
Yes.
And, you know, different sovereign capacities. You know, I mean, in the sense of, I think it's, you know, and it's not the instincts of indigenous studies maybe, but certain historic Black communities, sovereignty feels like an appropriate term at some point, right? So to expand some of our definitions in terms of, sovereignty is just one example. So I think it's totally possible, but I think it's, you know, I do think indigenous studies is in a space sometimes where it imagines ideals that don't really have to deal with other populations on the continent. I think that's an ethical challenge that we have to take up and figure out.
Yeah, and I think it's the same for Afro-pessimists. You know, if you haven't read any Afro-pessimism, I recommend it. It's important to grapple with. Some people point to it as the oppression Olympics, right? Who's the most oppressed? But you know, and I think Frank Wilderson's view of that and others makes it impossible for us to imagine coalition. But I don't want to end the story there. That's not the world that I want to live in.
This is great, both of you. Thank you very much. I just want to keep following on this thread, if you can, for a second, and I guess for both of you, but maybe Professor Keel in particular, just when you talk about the imaginary and you talk about sovereignty, just can you say a little bit more about where land fits in? Does that sovereignty require land, boundaries, et cetera?
That's a great question. And in terms of, you know, I mean, I made this point that I think sometimes we're using the same terms, we're talking about different things. You know, sovereignty is one of those, and I think also land, right?
Yes.
We don't necessarily have the same, same thing in mind when we're talking about land, right? And as opposed to something that could be, a commodity drawn into a square, right? And so it's, you know, I think that the key thing is really much more about relationships. So what is the role of land and sovereignty? I think scholars like Haley Lindgren are doing amazing work about giving us a sense of, that relationality to, things like bodies of water, that it's not about political power as imagined in the Western sort of sense. This is my frustration with Pekka Hamalainen's book, The Comanche Empire, which is just a very European way of understanding what is power in relationships to people actually look like. And so it's not necessarily about territorial boundaries, but it's about long-term relationships to a particular place. And in addition to relationships, for Native people, we'll go a step further and say responsibilities to a particular place as well. Because of such long-term relationships, they become not just about inhabiting a certain place and a right to, about a firstness, but it's about a long-term responsibility and relationship and a duty, a reciprocal obligation. So it's a completely different philosophical set of ideas, and we're using sometimes the same words to describe them. But even land itself is just not, it's not a Lockean, sort of conception for indigenous people.
I think we have time for one more brief question.
Hello, I'm a PhD student in the communication department, and my focus is on political economy of AI development, actually. And my question is actually a bit of a follow-up to that. I was wondering, just based on what you've seen in the news, et cetera, more broadly, any thoughts on like what pushback against data centers in particular might teach us about who gets to define sovereignty. For a while, there's quite a bit of literature on tech companies, big corporations, kind of like marketing sovereignty as a service as well, in a sense. But yeah, just more broadly on movements, local movements that you're seeing against data centers or anything other examples of, again, related to AI development in particular that you might think shed some insight on sovereignty today.
I could say it's come up for a lot of Native nations in the past couple of years. Came up in my own, and we shot down the possibility. But it's kind of popping up in rural communities all over the place. And it's another way in which native lands become an exploitable place for doing such things, right? Yeah. Sometimes I once had a student ask me like, why is it that all the natural resources seem to be on indigenous land, right? And it's like, these things can be acquired elsewhere, right? But there's certain selective choices, right? And so it's things like data centers are increasingly they reflect the same sort of extractive kind of logics and and tendencies of the state in regards to indigenous territory. Yeah.
Yeah, logics of extraction and logics of displacement. The displacement and displacement and displacement of the same people, right? I'm from upstate New York, from Rochester, where many of our towns and lakes carry indigenous names. And my colleague, Gabby Tayak, who is a Piscataway, said, you all are speaking my language all the time. When you're talking, people don't think about that. Many Americans don't think about this fact that, you do know some words in all of these languages. We're using them all the time. But people have been moved out of those spaces again and again. And where I've come from in Rochester, there are these fancy developments, suburban developments with new big houses. Those are not the places that are being looked at for data centers. It's the same segments of the population who are being threatened to be displaced again and again and again. And so, it has to be coalition. We have to come together. And you know what? Sometimes it'll be the case that next time it'll be you. Next time it will cost you something, these processes of extraction and exploitation and settler colonialism. But sometimes it might not be you that's next, and you have to still lend yourself to that. So in a society that is so focused on our individual comfort and pleasure, how can we learn about sacrifice, which is maybe, again, one of the great revolutionary values that we could think about? That change costs something, and we have to be willing to give something up.
Please join me in thanking Christy Index for a real thought-provoking keynote.
Okay, welcome everyone. I am really excited to be here this afternoon and to be with a panel of our esteemed colleagues here at UIC to engage these really important conversations. We are in the section of the program today on the people, sovereignty, land, revolution. And I'm just going to briefly introduce the speakers. Then they're each going to come up and speak for about 10 minutes or so. I'll come back up at the end to offer some extremely brief remarks before we move into a broader conversation. So please, be thinking about things that you want to bring up, questions, comments, other things to keep the dialogue going. Today, we have with us Mario Lamoth, Assistant Professor in Black Studies and Anthropology. He's also affiliate faculty in Gender and Women's Studies and Museum and Exhibition Studies. We have Haley Negrin, an Assistant Professor of History. Akemi Nishida, Associate Professor in Disability and Human Development, as well as Gender and Women's Studies, and Kumar Ramamathan, Bridge to Faculty Scholar in Political Science. So we're going to kick it off with Mario and take it from there.
Good afternoon. I'll preface this by saying that I'm a performance ethnographer, and I'm going to present a dance piece by Jean-René Dessoin, who's a Haitian choreographer. And one of the things he has said to me is that when I present on his work, that I should talk about Haiti's sense of beauty. And as a performance ethnographer, our work is to, at least in my method, is to bear witness and to respect my interlocutor's wishes. Haiti, the second chapter, as described by one of its interpreters, is a dance about a woman who is Haiti in the flesh and also gives her body to a bird to fly away. In 2001, Haitian dance maker Jean-René Dessoin premiered Haiti, the second chapter, in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, with 3 female dancers and 2 male dancers. Quote, "Since Haiti is a woman, why not let women shine and lead it into a new direction? 3 years before Haiti's 200th anniversary of independence, I set out to create a dance that said, it's about time we turn the page. We're stuck in the same issues in one chapter of our history for 197 years, end quote." And again, he repeated in another interview, "You have to ask yourself, what power do you have? What can you say about that?" End quote. Jean-René envisioned Haitians stuck reading and reliving the same chapter of their history, determined to move to another chapter. His brother, Jacques Marc-Antoine Dessoin, a journalist based in Quebec, Canada, wrote in the dance program notes, "Haiti, land of wishes, land of hope, land of freedom. Why do you wallow in this morbid stance, reeking of a world's end? 200 years later, why not turn the page and start a new chapter? Turn your gaze towards the sunrise." A later production pared down the dance to one woman flanked by 2 men, not only as his choreographic staple, but also as the tone-setting opening number of his vast repertory performed in Haiti during national commemorations and educational activities in schools, churches, and cultural centers, and then after the devastating 2000 earthquake, in international tours such as his company residency at the 2010 Shanghai China World Expo, funded by the Haitian Ministry of Commerce. Another time, a tribute to Haitian fortitude at the 2010 Dance Biennial in Martinique, produced by Manuel Césaire. And also, last, the largest of his tours to date, under a month-long U.S. public diplomacy tour for the U.S. Department of State Center Stage in 2012. And there has been many, many revivals in its 25-year history. Fueling sentiments such as hope and perseverance among Haitians without rehashing the script of Haiti's problems, Haiti, the second chapter, is a memory project bolstered by, quote, "a presentist agenda, most often expressed as a need to learn how the present can instruct our present and future." And this, end quote, and I'm borrowing Sandra Richards' words. It is one of over a dozen dances I analyze in my upcoming book, Vaudou Rich, Haiti, Dance Makers and des Doublages, which celebrates such a dance's mediations of the voodoo performative. And I call what to me the voodoo performative is the globally circulating and stylized reinvention that links voodoo, the Afro-syncretic religion of Haiti, devised and wielded by the offspring of enslaved Africans to eradicate French colonization, with voodoo, and when I say voodoo, I mean the non-West African, non-New Orleans voodoo. Voodoo is more like the American representation of voodoo and its methodical oversimplification. At this point, I was gonna play us a short clip of the video and technical issues and stuff. So the song, let me skip ahead a bit. Such artistic works spotlight dancing bodies' strategic responses to national and foreign conceptions of Haiti, its people, and their spirit. And as an object of cultural understanding, Haiti, the second chapter, is an audience favorite. It promote Haitians' contemporary sense of their history, tradition, and modernity, and self-determination through Jean-René's allegory that blends homegrown and global arts. Jean-René stages a style of dancing that he calls contemporary or Afro-Haitian, not ballet, the stronghold of the Haitian elite, not folklore or traditional dance, once considered the domain of the lower classes, nor modern, the style he acquired at the Alvin Ailey School and his apprenticeship with Kevin Yeager-Jeff, who is the director of Deeply Rooted now in Chicago. He fuses rather than feels limited by any of those styles. Like the swing of and the weight of a pendulum, Haiti, the second chapter, is about a Haiti caught between polarities. Its solemn back and forth is paced by the insistence of critically different styles of the traditional song Wangol. And this is where I'm going to show the video, so I'm going to have to sing, and I'm not a good singer. So in this part, like the dance, he uses the same song, and he uses 3 different versions of it. The song goes, Wangolo wale, kile wa vini wen onko wale. Wangol, you're gone. When are you coming back to save us? You're gone. And so he begins with a very traditional a cappella version. He moves to a very operatic version of it, and then he goes to a jazz, Haitian jazz version to come back to the traditional version. So sort of like tradition, modernity to back to tradition, or Haiti, transnationalism, back to Haiti. Inspired by the Wangol, a prominent group within Vodou's Congo Rite that derive its name from southwestern Africa's Angola, the song references Haitian origins in the ancient kingdom of Congo. Associated with earth and fire, these spirits offer protection to rulers and heads of state, safeguard material wealth, foretell the fortune, and bestow cleansing baths. The Wangol typically appear as majestic old men with white beards, or they also appear in the form of birds. The dancers actively retain the bird symbolism as the choreography's central motif, while pivoting between themes of protection and Haiti's ancestral, spiritual, and cultural wealth, as well as our disrupted connections to the nation's foundational ideals. That is, the freedom dreams and political foresight of the enslaved of Saint-Domingue, colonial Haiti, that catalyzed a chain of rebellion and ultimately resulted in the Haitian Revolution and the island's independence from the French in 1804. Stoic female and male dancers wear bright red and royal blue skin-tight stretch costumes, the same colors as the Haitian flag. The female dancer moves languidly and seeks more mobility as she steps out of her seated male companion's protection and then willingly returns by his side. In the middle section, she erupts in percussive sped-up gestures, so that's the section with the opera, and he's doing jazz with it, which is beautiful. Commanding the stage alone. Her gravity-defying lifts mark the last section, and that's even more jazzy. She wanders, leaps, and flies. He waits, supports, blocks, and catches, and she stays. A Haitian every woman at the crossroads of her legacy and responsibilities. The choreography's female narrator, inhabited by a divine bird, is defiant. The dancer's flight attempts meet with resistance by her companion's rush to rein her in, recasting her as a complex, grounded, and reflexive figure who contends with being a soaring allegory. Is she flying away, or is she steering her companions to fly with her? Or are those companions her cautious children, her protectors, her oppressors? And so when that piece is performed internationally, you get all those valences. A fusion of these complexities, in the swirl of multiple intentions and conventions, that is one of Jean-René's doubling. She stands in for the nation and manifests the bird of good fortunes, directing the mood and pace. She signals her desires to go elsewhere toward a lusher future despite the man's confinement. The dance was devised against a backdrop of Jean-Bertrand Aristide's presidencies, 1991 to 1996, and then 2001, 2004. I have 2 minutes, which I need more of. Socio-political difficulties that have resurfaced and been amplified since 2018. Following the massive incivility and instability that reigned after dictator Jean-Claude Duvalier's 1986 exile, the great majority of the population elected Catholic priest Jean-Bertrand Aristide in 1990. A former radical populist priest, his presidential tenure teemed with internal machinations, as well as some by opponents and external political forces, several coups d'etats, the rise of gang violence and kidnappings, the president's removal by the US government, and his forced exile in DC, Washington, DC, and South Africa. Aristide rallied the masses and diasporic Haitians behind him for socioeconomic reasons and political gains, declaring Haiti a deterritorialized nation whenever, wherever, and whoever Haitians are. The choreography consequently revolves around the theme of Haitian hope at large, inducing a nostalgic journey in which the dancers metamorphose as stately beings in a country that was fought for and won and established by the formerly enslaved to be able to expand and change at will. So that's the video. I'm almost done. I first saw the piece in 2008, 204 years after the Haitian independence, during the relatively stable and peaceful presidency of President René Préval, among Haitians who felt that better days and years were finally ahead. Yet it was revived again as a dance of mourning after the 2010 earthquake, in which 250,000 Haitians perished, and presented internationally for the previously mentioned reasons, as well, and was presented also as an indictment of entrenched American neopolitics in the country, Christian fundamentalist interventions, government corruption, instability in the state, the assassination again of President Jovenel Aristide, Jovenel Moïse, the earthquake in 2021, gang terrorism, civil unrest, the president of UN, and foreign blockades, which have caused the current mass exodus of Haitians. So essentially, to wrap it up, I think Joanne would say, like when he goes on tour and folks say, what can you do to help Haiti? And what he says is that start critiquing the messages about Haiti that you receive in the media. And if you're going to teach others to also critique them and to see the voodoo in the voodoo that we are. Thank you very much.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Haley Negrin from the History Department. Okay, let's change slides. I'm gonna open up with a story about slavery as it regards or relates to Indigenous people, and it's a dark, difficult story. So if you're not in a place to hear about a very dark and difficult story about slavery, trigger warning, I welcome you to just sit and kind of exit the space mentally or exit the space physically too as well. So this is a story from my book, Fugitive Lands, Sovereignty and Slavery in the Early American South. It is about the Coso tribe in colonial South Carolina in the 1700s. In 1715, we're located right now in Charleston Harbor in 1715. This is kind of right when South Carolina is successfully transforming the Low Country into its rice empire, a monocropping region, right? That's connected to the Atlantic world, economically, politically, etc. We are with the Coso tribe. This is a small tribe in colonial South Carolina that's inhabited the space for, we think, about 10,000 years. The governor calls for the Coso tribe to answer for some alleged crimes against the colony, conspiring with the colony's enemies. And so the Coso sends some of their tribal elders to the governor. At this point, they've been in a 45-year relationship with the South Carolina government that has ended in enslavement. It's ended in them being classified as subjects. It's ended in certain removals. So by 1715, the Coso people are very aware that whoever they send to answer for this alleged crime is probably not going to return. So the governor does, in fact, send members of the Coso tribe into slavery. The tribe sends their elders, a group of elderly men. But something interesting happens when the governor tries to sell these enslaved indigenous people to Barbados, which was a common practice at the time. Once the elders are transported to the deck of the ship, the slave trader there says they are not worth the cost of the passage, and he refuses to sell them. This is what we call, in studies of Atlantic slavery, a refused slave. Refused slaves. These are refused sales that happened all throughout the Atlantic. So after this happens, the governor orders that these people be killed. So they are killed, and they are sent to die in the waters of their homelands. So, killing these elders, right, it's not just about the death of them as individuals, it's the death about tribal people's knowledge, right, as it's inherited and passed on. It's the death of an alternative understanding of ecology and water as kinship. Kuso people and all the other tribes along colonial Virginia and colonial South Carolina are people of the river. So everybody in this world has a relationship to water, right? And all indigenous people do, even sometimes especially when water is scarce. But these folks in coastal Carolina and coastal Virginia that I work on define themselves politically based on the rivers. The name of their people often is the same of the name of their rivers. Also, their estuaries are very important to the way they understand political ecology. And the river and the water is kin, right? It is animate, right? So when these elders are killed, right, there is an attack, right, on this alternative form of sovereignty that Native people have in this region of colonial South Carolina. So refused sales and refused slavery, this is a concept that scholars of Atlantic slavery have worked on, right? Our scholars of Black feminist theory have worked on it. It shows up in Sylvia Wynter's work, right? Where, our scholars are kind of questioning, what does it tell us in reference to African American people and people of African descent about the disposability of the Black body under racial capitalism, the inhumanity of the Atlantic slave trade, and also, Hortense Spillers, I'm thinking here about how do these moments, these powerful representations of people of African descent in these situations tell us about the struggle for Black self-determination and identity, not only in the past, but today, right? So I'm working on this moment from the context of the study of Indigenous people, right? So what does it mean for Indigenous people to be categorized in this way at this moment in the development of colonial South Carolina? That's the question I'm interested in here, right? So we want to locate and understand, not only how, some of the very real dehumanization and racial commodification happening in Atlantic slavery, also happened to Indigenous people. So we want to note that. But we also want to move beyond that and think about what this tells us about the Kuso struggle for tribal recognition in this time period. And what this tells us about the struggle for Native people's recognition in colonial South Carolina and Virginia in general. So, recognition requires an acknowledgement of political capacity, right? If you are a nation looking to or thinking about recognizing another nation, you need to kind of reckon with what that nation is politically, right? But what if the people that you are looking at, right, if you're the South Carolina settler state, are Indigenous and termed as Indian and perhaps not even really a human subject, right? What if they are dehumanized in this really profound way through Atlantic slavery? So I'm interested in what this tells us about how Indigenous people are trying to preserve their sovereignty, and also what forms of kind of English recognized sovereignty can Native people even aspire to in this very, very bleak landscape. And I think what it tells us, what this incident tells us, right, is that tribal people in this region, right, are fighting against racial objectification as they're struggling for sovereign recognition at this moment. I also think, right, it helps us understand how sovereignty and English definitions of sovereignty and indigenous definitions of sovereignty are all being mixed up in this era in ways that actually impact the growth and development of racial slavery, right? Racial slavery had to be established. It had to be legalized. It takes a lot of effort for these small populations of English settlers in South Carolina and Virginia to instigate control over African and indigenous populations. They spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to do it. So one of the ways that they do this is by developing an anti-sovereignty discourse that impacts both Native people and people of African descent. The Cussos, right, they end here, this group of elders ends here, right? Their story at least. But they, they were sacrificed, I think, by the tribe, right? They were sent because they knew what was gonna happen. So I think these stories also tell us about the sacrifice and the care within the tribes, right, as they're trying to defend themselves. And that's happening at the same time as you have this high-level legal argument about what sovereignty can even be for Native people. So they were classified as subjects of the English crown in 1695. But you can do this to your subjects in colonial South Carolina. So I'm not just interested in what this tells us about the English recognized sovereignty that Native people have to work under, if it exists at all. I'm interested in also what this tells us about settler sovereignty and the settler state. How is it possible that subjects can then be transformed into whatever this is, right? I'm gonna run out of time. But we also see the language of sovereignty being crucial to the development of racial slavery in Virginia, right? The case of Anthony Johnson is a really famous case. We all work on this, in American history to talk about kind of the closure of avenues for Black people to be landowners, to, own laborers, et cetera, indentured servants. He is classified, when he dies, his property can't be returned to his family because he's a Negro and by consequence an alien. So this pairing of a racial category with the term alien, right, at this time, in the early modern sense, like a basic definition of alien, right, is you're somebody who is living in a different political order that is not your own. You were not born into that order. But with Anthony, right, he's a Negro and by consequence an alien. So my argument is Virginia's creating these alternative racial political orders of anti-sovereignty, where, and this is coming out of labor law, where indigenous people and people of African descent are being positioned. And you also see this during Bacon's Rebellion, right? So Bacon's Rebellion is used usually to teach about the growth of racial slavery in American history, right? But when you actually look at it from the indigenous perspective, there's a huge story there about sovereignty, right? Nathaniel Bacon, when he rebels against the governor, he is trying to wipe indigenous sovereignty out of Virginia. And he says, Native people cannot be known by any law, right? So these narratives, what's happening to Anthony and what's happening to Pamunkey peoples who are the most impacted by rebellion, that's an overlapping process. Oh, I'm out of time. Okay. So one of the things that we need to think about, right? Mario was talking about his interlocutors and what they want to be, known and put out there, right? Pamunkeys, my main tribal collaborators, they want people to understand their survival, right? These are the people of Powhatan and Pocahontas. They have been in this land in Virginia since time immemorial. And they were forced to sign treaties that established them as tributaries of the crown. This pushed them into, in a formal legal sense, dominion and land possession. So this is a European form of sovereignty that goes back to the Bible and some of the very strong tenets of what Christianity and biblical thought is, right, about being able to possess land. Now, Native people, right, have to sign on to these forms of sovereignty in order to survive in this landscape where they're fighting things like the Cussos were fighting, right? Racial objectification and slavery. And they know that, right? So Cocoquesque, the leader of the Pamunkeys, signs a treaty, and we think it's in the shape of her river. So she's signing a treaty that is signing her lands over, that is saying that this is a dominion relationship, that she's transformed her sovereignty into an English form, but she's hiding and layering her form of ecological kinship in the English legal record. So, and I'll be done in 1 second. So my argument here to all of us, right, as we think about what can we do and how does our academic research matter, right, is to think about statements in early American archives and beyond that Indigenous people are making as statements of ecological kinship. This can be hugely helpful as we try to think about conservation and facing the many apocalypses, right, of climate change, right? Right now, the Pamunkey River is sinking, and the reservation is sinking because the water level is rising of the Pamunkey River. There's questions: how do we preserve this land? How do we preserve this indigenous form of sovereignty that has been here for thousands of years, right, and survive colonization? And perhaps one of them is legal personhood of rivers. So that's my contribution and just way of thinking of what on earth maybe we can do to make things better. And also, please take a look at what NASP does to counter Indigenous erasure and the erasure of sovereignty in modern times, right? This is not a historical process. This continues. It continues on our campus. It continues everywhere, right? NASP has awesome workshops about this. And so I encourage you all to check it out if you're interested in Native issues. Thank you. Sorry.
What should I do? Okay. Okay. Hi. It's such an honor to be part of this amazing panel. And a Virgo of me took this task more literally, but I do wish I was touched by fire and air and water, encouragement and spirits to take this task a little bit more expensively, but here I am. So I'm hoping that I can bring the contribution from this with a feminist disability studies perspective to today's conversation. With that, I'd like to start by stating how it is crucial for us to keep talking about these violent histories because we cannot afford to erase or forget about them. At the same time, I like to acknowledge the real impact of this, talking about this history has on each of our psyches. And of course, such impact varies from person to person based on where you're situated. So I like to acknowledge that hardness or harm some of you might be feeling talking about such violent histories. And I want to invite us to use this space to care for ourselves and one another, to prioritize what our body and mind, spirit needs. That means you might want to leave the space and come back or go get water or whatever, to be gentle with each other. With that said, with a feminist disability studies perspective, I want to critically investigate this notion of independence as in the Declaration of Independence. And in this context, independence is more than just sovereignty or self-determination, but profoundly entangled with a project of conquering, colonizing. The independence for some was done over erasure and sacrifice of others. And as the notion of independence lays a foundation to the US nation building, I'd like to explore how this notion of independence also laid the ground for ableism to be part of the US nation building. So I think ableism and disability is something that kind of there in many conversations happening today, but I like to kind of explicitly name that. So I want to think about role of ableism in the history of the US nation building, and also how that shapes the ways in which liberation movements are envisioned in more contemporary era. And finally, I want to land to thinking about how this independence-based ableism shapes UIC today. And by ableism, I'm referring to this larger social setup or system where people's values are determined based on whether we can live up to the notion of normalcy, productivity, desirability, fitness, and so on. And such notions are deeply rooted in the history and ongoing eugenics, anti-Black racism, colonialism, imperialism, capitalism, and more. Here, I'm relying on the definition of ableism put forward by disability justice activist T.L. Lewis. So here, I like to kind of lift and bring up the fellow disability studied scholars and how they articulated how ableism is a foundation and underlying current of this nation. For instance, feminist disability studied scholar Susan Birch theorized ableism, how asylum is used as a tool of settler colonialism. She explains when the settler way of living is set as a norm, many Native people, and particularly women, are seen and diagnosed with quote unquote psychiatrically abnormal and incarcerated to asylum. And as much as such incarceration has a heavy impact on individuals and their loved one, she talks about at the larger scale, asylum is used to disrupt the familial lineages and passing of Native way of living and being. And furthermore, Black feminist disability studies scholar Mobley and Bailey explain how ableism is entangled with anti-Black racism and used in the logic of enslavement. They describe how this anti-Black racist ableism is used to kind of emphasize the physical capacity of enslaved people as kind of super, quote unquote, superhuman way to justify such enslavement. And at the same time, such ableist, racist logics is used to undermine their intellectual capacity, again, to justify that slavery. And kind of expanding that, historian Morina talks about the entanglement of xenophobia and ableism that we can certainly observe today as well, and how border is opened up when the US nation building requires labor by ableistic way of emphasizing the super, quote unquote, physical capacity of immigrants to take up physically taxing labor. And yet, when it comes to the time of immigration restriction, the same xenophobic ableism is used to emphasize the intellectual and moral incapacity to further enforce the immigration restriction. And beyond how disability is here used in more rhetorical way, I like to emphasize how such enforcement of physically taxing labor means these community and population often experience disabling conditions more often than the other population. And finally, I like to point out about the deployment of psychiatric diagnosis. So whether it's a time of enslavement or more current civil rights movement, when people stood up to fight for freedom, psychiatric diagnosis invented or used to point out or emphasize their quote-unquote deviances from the social norms or threat that they are posing to disrupt the social order, which was corrupt and BS to begin with. And with that, such pathologization or psychiatrization and a diagnosis, further violence was justified under the name of medical treatment and care. As such, independency-based ableism lays the ground to the nation building of the United States. Disability and deaf historian Bainton talks about how that kind of impacted the ways in which people of different community envisioned liberation in 60s and on. Like many communities, including disability rights movement and communities, see the part of their liberational task is to show or prove their quote unquote true abilities and capacities and independence. And by doing so, they demonstrate that they deserve full humanhood and respect. So whether in the way that how ableism is articulated in the US history, or articulating how it comes up in the liberation movement, one of the population who's overlooked is those who have a quote unquote severe intellectual disabilities. And for instance, in disability rights movement, which was largely led by those with physical disabilities, oftentimes they use their intellectual capacity as a reason and evidence of why they deserve to be at the decision-making table and deserve full humanhood in these countries. And with that, again, those with severe intellectual disabilities are further forgotten or left behind. With that, I just want to make a final remark about the role of higher education to think about this independence-based intellectual ableism. Higher education is a gatekeeper to dictate what counts as knowledge and who is allowed to be part of this exciting endeavor of knowledge building. For instance, academia often enforces that the logical and rational expression of knowledge. And when our wisdom is expressed in illogical, irrational way, it's rarely legitimated as knowledge. In other words, higher education is one of the largest institutions which enforces intellectual and independence-based ableism. And in today's society, as we fight for academic freedom and resist what we can research and teach at the university campuses, I just want to end this talk by saying, like, I want us to be aware of intellectual and independence-based ableism, which is the foundation of higher education as much as this nation. I'll stop here. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Make sure I don't accidentally click things here. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panel and this day. With apologies to the idea of a faculty research symposium, I hope you'll bear with me, and I will not be sharing findings from my research projects today, but rather just wanted to share some general reflections about sovereignty and democracy from the perspective of a social scientist who studies political institutions. So I want to begin with this notion of popular sovereignty that is often evoked in commemorations of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Roughly speaking, popular sovereignty here refers to the idea that the people should be sovereign, that is, the people should exercise governmental authority. This is the idea the Declaration evokes when it says that, quote, governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. It's the idea the Constitution evokes when it says we the people. And this is a very familiar idea to us in mainstream conventional narratives of American national identity. In those narratives, these documents are often evoked to make the claim that popular sovereignty is the central idea of the American nation, that it acts as the driving force of our political development. I meant to bring a prop, but I forgot of the pamphlet that I got when I became a US permanent resident. And in the section on democracy, it begins with the statement, right, that in the United States, the government gets its power to govern from the people. We have a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Of course, as we have been reminded throughout the day, the claim of popular sovereignty was a myth from the outset. Many groups of people were excluded from the people imagined in these documents as exercising sovereignty. The document's ambiguities were often and have often been politically useful both to its authors and to many others later, But the new United States elites had such deep assumptions about a specific people that the first Chief Justice of the new Supreme Court could, in 1793, write something as absurd as, quote, "At the Revolution, the sovereignty devolved on the people, and they are sovereigns without subjects, and have none to govern but themselves." The most familiar response to the fact of the many exclusions and oppressions of the United States has been to narrate American national identity as a gradual inclusion into the people, or the trope of the, quote, "more perfect union." What that response suggests is that our political system's exclusions were aberrations or oversights that would be corrected over time. And in some versions of the narrative, corrected by the very power of the idea of popular sovereignty itself. I think we should challenge this response for at least two reasons. The first is that the exclusions were not just aberrations waiting to be resolved, but were constitutive of the political system's structure and goals of expropriation, subjugation, and so on. Many of the other speakers have made that point more eloquently than I would. So I'll move to the second reason that we should challenge this response. Even when formal inclusion has occurred, it is not inclusion into a political system that can be described as one of popular sovereignty. Rather, to borrow a term from the political scientist E.E. Schatzsnyder, the US political system is one where people have been semi-sovereign. We see this idea of semi-sovereignty most clearly, I think, when we turn away from the ideas of the founding documents to the actual operation of our political institutions over time. What we see in these political institutions is a sharp and consistent inequality in the distribution of political power, even as those institutions offer some capacity for contestation and popular mobilization. You can find these barriers to popular sovereignty all over our institutions. Our federal government has unrepresentative features like the Senate and the Electoral College. Our electoral rules routinely advantage specific wealthy interests. Our fragmented system of local governments enables the privileged to hoard status and opportunity in enclaves. These barriers, though, are not a fixed feature of our political institutions. They have been contested constantly. Indeed, where we do find the potential for democracy in our political institutions today, it often comes from this history of continuous contestation, often by the very communities excluded from the people imagined in the founding documents. I could offer scores of examples. I'll offer just two. So first, consider the transformations of the Reconstruction era. This was a period of institutional change that certainly rivaled the revolution, driven by a coalition of freed people, abolitionists, reformers of many stripes. And although that coalition collapsed before it could entrench its own founding narratives, it left with us dramatically transformed political institutions. The mobilization of freed people in the South, as Du Bois wrote in Black Reconstruction, entrenched the principle that state governments should provide free public education that we now take for granted. Their struggle against white supremacist violence led to the creation of the Federal Department of Justice, whose machinery would later offer opportunities, a century later, for civil rights activists fighting for voting rights. As a second example, that's sort of less remembered as a revolutionary moment, consider the origins of the one-person, one-vote principle in legislative elections. We also take this principle quite for granted when we imagine our representative democracy today. But until the 1960s, it was commonplace for districts in US House and state legislatures to be of unequal sizes. In Georgia, the ratio of the biggest to smallest US House districts was 3-to-1. In California in 1960, the disparity in the state Senate ranged from one district representing 6 million people to one that represented only 14,000. These extreme disparities gave rural and suburban places much more political power than urban ones. That deeply distorted system was reformed by the efforts of a coalition of urban representatives, organized labor, and Black civil rights advocates. Their efforts achieved a string of Supreme Court decisions in the 60s that created the one-person, one-vote principle in these elections, and they successfully pushed back against Southern Democrats and Republicans' efforts to roll this principle back in Congress. This apportionment principle has endured even as partisan gerrymandering has reached new heights in recent years. I provide these examples to suggest that our political institutions have both democratic and anti-democratic features, and that those features have been shaped by centuries of political struggles, not simply core ideas in a founding moment. What should we take from this observation in our current moment, where so many of us are searching for paths to democratic renewal? For one thing, I think we should take seriously the need for structural change in our political institutions. The unrepresentativeness of the Senate should strike us with the same urgency and antipathy with which the reformers of the 1960s saw unequal legislative districts. We should think hard about how to build an agenda and a coalition around problems like the unaccountability of the judiciary, the weakness and hollowness of our political parties, the decline of mass membership civic organizations. More in the spirit of today's discussions, I think we should also be vigilant about challenging the routine and habitual veneration of the Declaration and the Constitution's ideas. The idea that those documents inaugurated an inexorable path toward popular sovereignty still surrounds us. I take that as a call that we should redouble our efforts to commemorate as well, or perhaps instead, the specific and numerous political struggles that have contested inequalities in political power. This can be quite tricky in our present moment when the conventional narrative of American national identity is also under attack from a different direction. In a speech last year, the current vice president explicitly rejected the argument that the United States is a nation unified by ideas, claiming instead that it is, quote, a particular place with a particular people and a particular set of beliefs and way of life. In the speech, he goes so far as to say, we can't possibly include everybody who believes in the ideas of the Declaration of Independence. That would be absurd. Faced with such an open embrace of the idea of an exclusionary peoplehood, it can be tempting to respond by returning to the conventional narrative and find some direction or hope in the idea of a political system that is at its core driven by a foundational idea of popular sovereignty. But I think doing so would be a mistake. We need not turn to a mythological version of the ideas of the Declaration and the Constitution in order to chart a path toward democratic renewal. We have a long history of people and movements who have fought for a more equal distribution of political power and material and social outcomes before, during, and after the revolution across borders. Rather than a single founding moment, I'd argue that it is to those practical and transformative struggles to which we should look for inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. As I mentioned, I'll offer a few remarks, and then I really do want to open it up for conversation. In thinking about America 250 or Illinois 250, or however we're framing these things, I've been thinking a lot about historical narratives, plural, and these presentations have also provoked that for me. Both thoughts on more expansive narratives across time and space, and also on the ideas of remembering, forgetting, and erasure. I know Frederick Douglass has been invoked at other times today, and this his very famous piece, What to the American Slave is Your 4th of July? And after answering that question, the next thing that he says is, to him, your celebration is a sham. One, I just like the idea of a sham and the term. It's so capacious. But also, I think that our panelists and this symposium more broadly have demonstrated how not to be a sham. How to remember or unforget rather than simplistically celebrating by critically engaging and reckoning with our histories, exposing usable histories, hopefully to dream and imagine different futures. These presentations today also evoked for me Toni Morrison's idea of rememory. She defines rememory, this is a quote, rememory as in recollecting and remembering, as in reassembling the members of the body, the family, the population of the past. And it was the struggle, the pitched battle between remembering and forgetting that became the device of the narrative. The pitched battle between remembering and forgetting that becomes the device of the narrative. I want to use this to think through some important narratives that our speakers have brought forth this afternoon. What happens to our narratives of US independence when considered in the geographic and conceptual frame of the Black Atlantic, or among many nations and peoples of this continent, when considered as just one of multiple revolutions? Mario Lamothe explores how a Haitian dance commemoration of independence of freedom, that this is a pendulum that brings together past, present, and future in commemoration as a liberation pedagogy, as an act of futurity. Haley Negrin demands that we understand sovereignty and indigenous ecological kinship in relation to slavery, and sovereignty law and politics in relation with and conversation with, deep relationship with rivers, streams, and waterways. Also in these presentations, again, it's been lifted this inherent tension between independence, the idea of individual liberty, and the collective we ideas of freedom. Kemi Nishida explains that independence is and was intertwined with conquering and colonizing, with independence-based ableism at the core, in fact, of the nation-building project. And Kumar Ramanathan further questions the idea of popular sovereignty itself in relation to ideas of a long and gradual inclusion of more people into the people as one potential narrative, and also an exclusionary peoplehood as another very powerful narrative. Together, these presentations provide nuanced narratives across modalities and disciplines. And so I'd like to sort of maybe offer as an open invitation to start our conversation, any thoughts that you all might have on how the work that you've shared engages Morrison's idea of this pitched battle between remembering and forgetting in the midst of this 250-year commemorations. Oh, y'all need, here we go.
Wow. Thank you. That's a beautiful question. I think that piece, I chose it for today, but also it's a piece that I've been reviewing since a dissertation. It was one of the first pieces I started documenting and what the choreographer is doing and what the dancers are doing. And frankly, the piece is very simple. It's very binary. It's a woman in a dress, two men, just tries to fly away, all the symbolism. But I think the piece has served as a pedagogical tool wherever it's gone, for when it's performed in schools, or schools in Haiti, or churches. It's talking about, well, where is agency for Haitians? What can we do on the island when there's foreign blockades and sort of neo-American neoliberal imperatives, Christian missionaries, or like a corrupt government? When the piece goes abroad, then there's another kind of remembering and I guess unforgetting is that when it tours center stage, for example, a month-long tour to the U.S., to the rural Iowa and the rural U.S., then the conversation is about well, the U.S. has created a lot of the Haiti's image problems, which continue, and the image problem has also fostered quite hard sort of material problems. So who are the men in the piece? Are they men, masculinity, all those? So it does a lot of, the piece does a lot of, it does a lot. It's a small piece, a simple piece, and it's also trying to conjure sort of a bit of African-Americanness. Jarani went to the Ailey School, like I did a few years after. So I have a slide where I show the piece, and I show a photo of Alvin Ailey's Revelation, which is a masterpiece in sort of world arts canon, or the global canon. So also trying to show that journey, Alvin Ailey's Revelation is about sort of starts with, you might say enslavement in the US until liberation. And so Jean is trying to do the same thing for audiences, but also trying to teach about both, alliances in the African diaspora.
And no pressure.
Okay.
You go ahead.
So I'm thinking as I'm talking, so I know it might not make sense, but here I am. So when I think about remembering and forgetting, I think about there is an assumption that something is recognized, right? Unless something is recognized, what to remember, what to forget. And so I'm thinking about what is recognized, what is not recognized, by whom and in what spaces, and I cannot stop thinking about what it means to have this conversation here at UIC, which has very powerful indigenous scholars and activists and students who makes UIC is an amazing space, and yet I think about what structural support is there for those powerful individuals and what structural support is not here, and I cannot stop thinking about the search committee I was kind of part of that, you know, many of us are fighting and working to bring indigenous scholars to English department, and we brought amazing scholars who gave amazing talk here at the UIC, and the search was abruptly canceled without much explanation. And then, like, I don't want to minimize this conversation just to UIC and just this institution, but it really broke my heart, and I keep thinking about like what it means to have this conversation here at the UIC when there is not much, or at least to me, the structural support is not as visible as I wish. And, you know, like talk about personal experience, family experience, community experience is more than just the intellectual puzzle. And it means so much to many of the people who presented today personally. So again, I want to kind of sit and think about what it means to talk about this history here at UIC.
Thank you so much for bringing that up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's actually a good segue to some thoughts I was having, which is there's what tribes do for the outside to explain their history, right, to the white folks. And then there's what tribes are doing internally, too. So my Pamunkey collaborators in Virginia, right, they're in a process of cultural and historical revitalization in their tribe. Many tribes are in this situation, right? Because of the history I told you about and Cindy's, everything you've learned about Indigenous history today, right? And so often within the tribe, there isn't even the language to describe some of these ecological kinship relationships that we're talking about. I was sitting on a Zoom with one of the anthropologists, the Pamunkey anthropologist I work with a lot, who lives on the res, and she's talking about, these things have been buried and buried and buried under layers of erasure for so many hundreds of years, and they're so used to it by now, right? Just like, a lot of the people working on Indigenous issues were not at all surprised that that search was canceled at UIC, right? We're very used to this, and so sometimes it just becomes this thing around, well, okay, I'm the individual researcher who's working with this one tribe on this one thing. And so how can I use academic resources and what I've got over here to support cultural and historical preservation efforts in the tribe, right? How do I support the internal stuff that's going on? And a lot of that, right, is through bringing these historical documents to the tribe, right, and saying, hey, guys, I really think this is about you documenting the river here. Do you agree? And we talk over it, blah, blah, blah. Sharing it with tribal members. And what actually ends up happening, right, is that this brings the researcher into these forms of kinship and relationality within the tribe. It happened for me, over the course of a decade, and I didn't even really realize it was happening until I was oh, yeah, this is kind of my family, And so there was a thing I was doing there, or they were doing, that I didn't totally realize, where it was this, yeah, whatever, you come from university, we don't care, we know that that's not gonna be really helpful to us. But it's the interrelational people, it's the relationships between the people that can build decolonized spaces and decolonized ideas. And it's that comfort and care that communities and people can build together in these interpersonal relationships outside of whatever the structure is in academia that I think really matters to at least my tribal collaborators. Yeah.
That's a great question. I don't have too much to add, except maybe I'll just say that I think about one of the things that we can do as teachers in the roles that we have is by remembering and commemorating the messy details of political struggle is to try and help expand our students' political imagination, right? That politics is messy and complicated and requires lots of conflict and strategic thinking. And one of the best ways to help people grapple with that is to invite them to explore and remember past struggles.
Okay, with that, I think there is another mic in the audience. Yes, so if you have a question, a comment, a provocation, please raise your hand.
Chicago was in the Canadian province of Quebec for 175 years. That's not taught in Chicago public schools. It was during that time that two natives of Hispaniola, Jacques Morgan and Jean-Baptiste Pointe de Sable, arrived in Chicago and were welcomed by the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi. That also was not taught in Chicago public schools. Clay Morgan and de Sable built the second ever fur trading post in Chicago, and then they built adjoining summer residences on Peoria Lake. This sort of detail is being withheld from Chicago public school students, and they're getting bad information from the city government about the founding of Chicago, and that needs to be addressed.
Thank you for that. You know, I think there are a lot, I know we work with teacher educators and lots of future history educators and current history educators who are bringing that into the classroom, so I appreciate you lifting that up.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure.
I think in response to your insight, sir, one of the things that could also be taught is that it's also because of the Haitian Revolution that we have this territory as a U.S. state, or like this part of it, because it's because of the Haitian Revolution that Napoleon Bonaparte sold the Louisiana territory to, like, for what, cents on the dollar? So it's one of the biggest sort of acquisition the U.S. has ever gotten, and that went all the way to Canada. So yes, that's also part of the history that could be taught. Like those revolutions were intertwined, they connected with each other, and they really empowered at the end of the U.S.
Well, I actually wanted to then follow up on what Mario has just said and maybe ask us to think about, and Akemi sort of made such a strong case for understanding how higher education is based on a model that assumes a kind of intellectual superiority. And I guess I'm wondering about how we think through taking our work into other spaces, and it might be into high schools, it might be into middle schools, but where do we find the sort of possibility of different forms of education outside of higher ed? In all of the work that you're doing, everyone's talking about communities that are outside of the university. And I'm wondering what that says about knowledge and how knowledge is produced and reproduced, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so we just need land-based education very, 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 very badly. And we need it in the academy too, and we need it for the way scholars write about Indigenous sovereignty. You just will not understand the complexities of ecological kinship and Indigenous sovereignty unless you are on the land and you have people talking to you about it who live there. So that's just a plug for land-based education. I just can't tell you about the amount of things that I understand now that I look at the literature and the anthropological literature and the early American history literature, because Pamunkeys are written about all the time, right? This is Pocahontas's people. This is Powhatan's people, written about all the time. And like, the degree to which people just don't understand what the system is and the political ecology is so profound that academia is doing another erasure of Indigenous sovereignty again and again and again in the actual academic literature. So at least from the context of the Indigenous stuff, if you're doing Indigenous law, if you're doing early American history, if you just care about Indigenous issues, it's just getting on the land. That is everything. Get on the land.
First of all, I wanted to thank all of you for helping us to sort of wrap our heads around these conceptualizations. And as a Black Studies scholar, I made note of the ways in which Blackness and racial hierarchy resonates very much so in each of your very, very different disciplinary perspectives, whether it is colonialism and the French Revolution, whether it is the construction of ableism, whether it is the treatment of indigenous populations, whether it is revolutions that have constructed sovereignty. It seems to me that Blackness and racial hierarchy play a very central role in the American national project of how we understand citizenship. So I just wanted to sort of throw that out there. You all have talked about this in different ways, but if you might reflect on that to some extent.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm hesitating is I don't know that I could say it better than you just said it. But yeah, I think and I think actually maybe what I'll say is I think that's part of what makes the like the gradual inclusion narrative so like troubling and pernicious, is that it's okay, this thing exists, and then excluded people find their way to it. Doesn't account for it. That right, that the history of many Black struggles has been to remake, sometimes transform, sometimes anew institutions that are now all of our legacy, right? So why is it the thing that was created, then Black people fought to enter it, but rather we live in the institutions created by those struggles.
Again, I'm thinking and talking here again, but I'm thinking about Jenny's question and also your question, and it immediately made me think of the organizing work I'm part of in Chicago, which is the grassroots organization about racial and disability justice, and it's almost mainly like all young adults who are disabled in very variety of disability, and Black and brown, and come from south side of Chicago, born and raised. And you know, I think about knowledge I learn from a lot. I think about the group and how we hang out and just chatting. And so much knowledge is in there. For instance, for more than a decade, we fought for the police brutality against disabled people of color, which became a state law, Community Emergency Services and Support Act, that that demands states to send mental health specialists when disabled people are having psychiatric and behavioral health crisis instead of police. That police is sent right now. But just chatting and hanging out and talking about what we want for the future of those who have mental health, psychiatric as a crisis, and you know, just so much knowledge and was there that will never be recognized or I hear at the university. For instance, like one person was saying, like, why don't we talk about disability when we talk about police brutality? And one person said, Laquan and I went to the same special ed, but people don't talk about disability status and what's that about it. So just thinking about, around ableism and anti-Black racism, and not just racism and ableism, but also like what kind of knowledge is and brilliance and wisdom, which we sometimes call crip wisdom, is out there that will never be captured or acknowledged in academy, but that sustains our life and lift our lives of each other. Yeah, I can't think of another example, but I'm thinking about how chatting is often the place where like most brilliant idea I hear and the most radical future vision emerges. And again, like I'm thinking a lot about what kind of knowledge and wisdom we get to have access and we don't deserve to have access to. Yeah.
Well, our time is up for this session. I want to thank again all of the panelists up here for sharing your wisdom with us. Please take these ideas with you as we transition into our final address, which is coming up next. Thank you.
Please, I know I know people want to be sitting where they want to be sitting, but if you can come sit here, it's just nice to see people in front of us. I want to welcome everyone back to the final keynote of Declarations of Independence, Who Are the People. It is my profound honor to introduce Jelani Cobb, who is the Dean of the Columbia School of Journalism and has been on the faculty there for almost 10 years. Before he taught at Columbia, he was at the University of Connecticut, where he served as the director of the Institute for African American Studies, and before that at Spelman College, where he was chair of the history department. In 2021, Jelani won a Peabody Award and the Walter Cronkite Award, and in 2023, he was inducted into the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Cobb is also a staff writer, my favorite one, at The New Yorker. It's the only thing I read consistently, otherwise they do stack up, but I found out recently that you can read them online, and so now I just have to search for you when I want. And his book, 3 or More is a Riot, Notes on How We Got Here, chronicling what I think is some of the most trenchant history of the 21st century in his writing at The New Yorker, came out last year. Cobb's biography is too long to recount here, and the bio in the program is worth a careful read, but I want to just say, as we start this program, how important Jelani has been to those of us who are committed to narrating, writing, and curating late 20th century US history, which may seem paradoxical to talk about at a conference on the celebration of the 250th. But I think for me, as someone who is also interested in that same period, there is really almost no one I would rather learn from and with than Jelani. Jelani and I went to history graduate school together at Rutgers 30 years ago.
No. 10 years ago.
It was 10 years ago, sure. We've really been rocket stars. And from the moment I met him in the basement of Van Dyke Hall, which is the building that the history department is in at Rutgers, in a class on antebellum America with Jan Lewis, may she rest in power, I knew I found someone that I wanted to be in dialogue with for the rest of my life. He was always and remains one of the people who is able to marry a journalistic writing ability with a keen historical insight. And that is not something that is in too short supply. I think particularly when we think about how much we need to know about history at this moment, not just a set of facts, but a way of approaching our understanding of the world, a way of approaching our reading of texts, a way of approaching our ability to listen to people. And I think that something that Jelani has been able to do over his career, both as a journalist and as a historian and as an academic leader, is really understand how stitching together narratives about the past tell us about our recent history, and that what is important for us as historians who are interested in the recent past is that we have to understand what our colleagues who are studying earlier periods do, but that we have to also be willing to read as voraciously as possible and think as broadly as possible to understand how we chronicle our moment and how we understand that in the context of a larger historical narrative. So we are in for a treat, my friend. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you all. Very happy to get to see people who I don't get to see often enough. And for Dr. Breyer and Dr. Levy, who are here, it's really a great reunion to see people who, who I knew on College Avenue in New Brunswick all those many years ago, or multiple decades ago now. And it always feels like reconnecting with family. And also, while I went to Rutgers, I lived in New York for the entire time. And so I was hanging out with other people like Martha Jones, who was at Columbia, a graduate student at Columbia, at the same time that we were at Rutgers. And so it was good to see her as well. And it's just been wonderful to see the way your insight and your intellectual acuity has helped frame and shape such crucial debates and crucial discussions as well. And so, I'm also happy to see other people, for other reasons. I just met Christy, but she's also left-handed, so, left-handers unite. But I will just kind of jump into this to say, I was an English major as an undergrad, and part of me, like between being an English major and spending the amount of time I've spent at the New Yorker, has made kind of random grammatical questions pop into my head at various points. And so I wondered if this was supposed to be titled, "Who are the people?" or "Who is the people?" And the reason I say that is, not simply trying to speak Black English, but in looking up the United States is or the United States are, I generally shy away from this, but the AI overview is exactly what I was interested in here. It says, the USA is, or the United States is the correct standard usage, as it is treated as a singular entity, i.e. a country, while historically referred to in the plural, these United States are, prior to the Civil War, it is now considered a singular noun. And that's true. Prior to the Civil War, people would frequently say the United States are, or these United States are, and after that, the intellectual consequence of 700,000+ people dying and the emancipation of 4 million people who were categorized as property and the catastrophic after effect, contrails of that war, was a new language in which people understood themselves to be a singular entity in one way or another. And so when we say the people, it's notable that this language is our shorthand reference for a particular revolutionary sensibility. We, the people. In revolutions, as the historian Michael Kazin pointed out, they have a tendency to use language that particularly references to the people in various capacities that are as exclusive as they are inclusive. In fact, he says the exclusion is sometimes more pronounced than the inclusion. So you know who is not part of the revolutionary fold. And this can be because people are considered to be counter-revolutionary, or just people who are not included within the benefits that are meant to be inspired by said revolution. If we think about the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviets immediately set about creating essentially enemies lists of various ethnicities and people of various backgrounds. The kulaks, well, they can't be trusted as good advocates for the working class. The anti-Semitism of the Tsarist era proceeded quite uninterruptedly over into the Soviet era. New categories of people who were deemed to be quote-unquote wreckers. And these are all people who are outside the category of the workers for whom the revolution was supposed to provide. In the United States, our firsthand or shorthand version of this would be Tories, people who are counter-revolutionaries or loyalists. Then on the other side of this, the people for whom the benefits of the revolution did not extend. You would say people who were enslaved, black people generally, women, the indigenous population, arguably the working class populations of the colonies now become states. And we, the people, becomes ambiguous. Who is included here and who is not? The idea of the people in this country that we've commonly kind of accepted is as individuals or people who are subscribers to a common American creed that is rooted in the nation's founding principles. Notably, our contemporary politics have seen issue with this, and I'll come back to this momentarily. But this language, as has been noted, is amazingly elastic and becomes the basis of a kind of default populist sensibility in American politics that is durable and transcends across time in this nation's history. The phrase, "we the people," gives way to phrases like the political cliche of "the American people." It holds space for power to the people. And this language of being oriented toward the people connects figures as diverse as Huey P. Long and Huey P. Newton. Funny footnote, Huey P. Newton was actually named after Huey P. Long. And so the people become a stand-in, a kind of rendering of a civic ideal. It's kind of like the beauty ideal. It changes over the course of time. It's amorphous, but we generally understand it as the reference for who we are talking about. It's a kind of Rorschach. Andrew Jackson presented himself as the first major populist figure, an advocate for the yeomanry of the American Republic. His spiritual heirs and descendants would be numerous, including people like Tom Watson and George Wallace. The Populist Party of the late 19th century and earliest 20th century was more commonly known as the People's Party. In an effort to refine the definition of who he sought to empower, this is Michael Kazin quotes George Wallace here, he said that he was running for president to look out for, quote, the bus driver, the truck driver, the steel worker, the plumber, the beautician, the oil worker, the little businessman. And so we have George Wallace of the 1960s, the more fluid version of this, and kind of a gem of political rhetoric, was once hearing someone who was running a campaign say, and it's a beautiful summation of who this person is saying, they say they are running to help the people who shower after work, not before work. I thought that was great. Like, you know exactly who you're talking about. But populism is no longer so easily defined, not by profession, not by class, if it ever really were. One of the more notable ideas here of populism's hold and the sense of who is included within the civic fold of the people and who is not raises an observation that holds troubling implications for the moment that we occupy currently. In the midst of the explosion of movements that had been termed as populist movements beginning in 2016 with Brexit and the election of Donald Trump, John Judas pointed out that the middle third of the 20th century, in which we saw the New Deal, the expansion of the social safety net, the greatest expansion of the social safety net in the United States, occurred at a time when the 1924 Immigration Restriction Act had virtually turned off the faucet of migration, of immigration, that it occurred in the midst of Jim Crow, where African Americans were excluded from the civic fabric. And so the idea of having a kind of civic largesse, of having civic generosity, and creating a baseline for prosperity was politically possible, given that the people who you are talking about are white, Christian, presumably heterosexual, and not immigrants within recent generations. Also notably on the other side of this is that the critique of the welfare state begins to gain traction after the 1965 Immigration Reform Act, the Hart-Celler Immigration Reform Act, and the 1965 Voting Rights Act, both of which change the nature and the literal complexion of the American electorate. And so, it's not entirely shocking that last summer we hear from Vice President J.D. Vance a speech, which has already been quoted earlier today, in which he advocates a kind of blood and soil nationalism, one that stands in stark contrast to the idea that the nation is defined by those who subscribe to its founding creed. As Vance says, every Western society has demographic problems. He is not talking about the labor force growing older. He goes on to say, there is something about Western liberalism that is socially suicidal or parasitic, that tends to feed off of a healthy host until there's nothing left. Further, he says, America is not just an idea. We're a particular place with a particular people and a particular set of beliefs and a way of life. And he concludes by articulating the idea that people whose ancestors had shed blood on the soil, people who, for instance, had ancestors who fought in the Civil War, were a hell of a lot more, in his words, a hell of a lot more American than those who did not. Now, when I heard this, the first thing that occurred to me was that 200,000 black men fought in the Civil War, and that the infusion of black soldiers helped turn the tide against the Confederacy. But that's not what we're talking about. And so the silences here are deafening. And at the same time, I would be wrong not to admit that we have seen conflict emerge in nation after nation in the West over these same sorts of questions, but not simply who belongs spiritually or culturally to a particular society, but also who should benefit from that society's social safety net. And so in this context, this question, just rooted in this 250-year-old turn of phrase, gains startling relevance to our contemporary politics. I'm reminded of Charlottesville, the 2017 opening salvo of the Trump era, in which belligerent young white men in carrying tiki torches marched through the city, articulating a kind of crude replacement theory. Jews will not replace us. Really a reflection of a kind of Freudian projection. In order to properly understand this, I later said to my students, we have to dwell upon the fact that upon contact with the colonial powers, Native Americans were 100% of the population of North America. They are now roughly 2% of the population of the United States. And so replacement theory is just the kind of nightmare paranoia that the wheel of history does in fact turn. Prior to Charlottesville, I'd covered the Emanuel AME massacre in 2015 in Charleston, South Carolina. Dylan Roof, a 21-year-old white supremacist, killed 9 people in the basement of this church as a statement demanding that white people wake up, excuse me, and reassume their rightful place at the top of American society. It's worth noting, and I have to always say this, I am not positing a causal relationship between these two things. But 24 hours, roughly 24 hours, before Dylan Roof killed 9 people in this church, Donald Trump had descended the escalator in Trump Tower and declared himself a candidate for the presidency of the United States. These are two wildly different but consistent responses to the same zeitgeist. They are expressions of resentment of the idea that the concept of the people had grown so capacious as to include the half-Kenyan former president. It's not coincidental, it's not coincidental that Donald Trump's main line of attack, primary line of attack on President Barack Obama was to literally assert that he was not a citizen of the United States. In the aftermath of the Emanuel AME massacre, the South Carolina legislature made the decision to remove the Confederate flag from the grounds of the state capitol. Now, it's notable that I went out and attended the day that that flag was removed. And I walked around on the grounds in Columbia, South Carolina, and noted that it's possible that the flag was the least offensive thing on the grounds of the state capitol. And what I mean by that is this. What was left standing after the Confederate flag was removed was the memorial to Pitchfork Ben Tillman, the 19th century governor of South Carolina, who prided himself on having participated in lynching parties. What was left standing was the monument to Strom Thurmond, the former governor and former senator from South Carolina, who ran for president in 1948 on a platform that had 3 planks: segregation, segregation, and much more segregation. But possibly the most offensive element on the grounds of the Capitol was also the one that was easiest to overlook, which was a statue of George Washington. Now, generally speaking, if you see a statue of the nation's first president, primary general in the course of the American Revolution, in any political context in the United States, you presume that this is just a reference to the founding of the United States. But the statue of George Washington was there for another reason. The statue of George Washington was intended in tandem with the Confederate flag. And it was a statement that the Confederacy, not the Union, were the true heirs to the Creed of 1776. That their idea of the people was specifically the slave-holding class, the people referenced in the 1790 Naturalization Act, which held that free whites were eligible for naturalization and citizenship. It's a reference to the Declaration itself, in which we have this copy. I perused it, read it, reread it, and noted that it would be really interesting on the 250th anniversary of that document to publish the first draft of it, which included in that litany of offenses that King George III was guilty of, it included the line saying, in which Jefferson wrote that the British Crown had foisted upon the colonies an execrable traffic in human beings, and states that if these people inevitably revolt, it will be the colonies that suffer the consequences of it and not the British Crown. That is removed. That never makes it into the final draft of the Declaration, implicitly making a statement about who is included in their definition of the people. I could go on. The Alien Act, 1798, which changes the amount of time that it takes to become a citizen from 5 years to 13 years. And when I learned about this in school, it was just a kind of innocuous thing, it was a bureaucratic change. It took years for me to understand that this was actually an attempt to curate the electorate, and that in 1798, John Adams knew that he would face a challenge from Thomas Jefferson in 1800, that the Federalist Party, which he represented, was not very popular with immigrants, but Jefferson really was, and that by changing the amount of time it would take to become a citizen and therefore eligible to vote, it would curtail the number of immigrants who would be able to vote for his political rival. So implicit within this, the idea that among our first immigration restriction acts, it is also a voter suppression act. And we have seen these two things paired together ever since. That this fundamental concern that when you begin an undertaking as unwieldy as a nation with the phrase, "we the people," you are setting yourself up for serial conflicts, as Martha Jones pointed out, a kind of recurrent conflict over who is included in the first person plural. One of the more notable kind of ways in which this shows up is, and one of the things I think is significant to me biographically, and I just talked with Jen about this a moment ago, is that this shows up in the most obvious but one of the least discussed aspects of Donald Trump's background, which is to say, the fact that he is from Queens, New York. I happen to also be a native of Queens, New York, which is currently, statistically, the most diverse county in the United States. More than 400 languages are spoken in Queens. We have looked past the forest for the trees in not connecting the fact that the most xenophobic modern American politician is a product of the most diverse county in the country. Even more significantly, Trump was born at a time when Queens was the second whitest part of New York City. Footnote to this, when Jackie Robinson purchased a home in Queens when he was playing for the Dodgers, he and Roy Campanella purchased homes near each other in Queens, and a cross was burned near their homes to indicate that they were not welcome. Martha Biondi's book, To Stand and Fight, tells the history of the civil rights movement in New York, including the little discussed fact that LaGuardia Airport was segregated. And so this is the Queens that produced Donald Trump. The difference between his version of Queens and the one that I grew up in was that I was born after 1965. And the Immigration Reform Act of that year began to rapidly transform New York City. And it rapidly transformed Queens even faster than it transformed the rest of the city. My half-joking, half-serious theory about this is that both of the airports are in Queens, and that after traveling thousands of miles, people were like, "Is this America? Okay, good. What do you got? What do you got that's nearby?" But nonetheless, the borough transforms rapidly, and it brings about a dynamic that we have seen and we came to be accustomed to seeing in many other instances, which was white flight, and a particular kind of concern. Who are these people? What God are they praying to? What food are they eating? What are their customs? What language is this that they're speaking? And this concept of the people contracts accordingly. And so we saw references today to the kind of flashpoints. Cindy, I don't recall your last name, you talked about the Dawes Act and its impact upon the indigenous population. I would add the Expatriation Act of 1907, which provided prescribed circumstances under which white women could be stripped of their citizenship if they married a non-citizen male. Obviously, Dred Scott and its implications. The struggles of the 19th and 20th centuries can best be understood as fights over the definition of the people. And so who is the people? I started to try to fashion a workable definition, and then concluded that Frederick Douglass had already done it for me. We've heard a couple of references to the 4th of July speech. I want to draw our attention to the 1869 Composite Nation speech, which is brilliant and stunningly perceptive, stunningly far ahead of its time. In it, Douglas says, he lays out the argument that one wishes the current vice president had familiarized himself with before he gave the speech that he gave last summer, where he makes a sharp opposition. Douglas, who is known for his abolitionism and for his advocacy of the rights of the formerly enslaved population, writes this speech, which is largely directed at the prejudices being suffered by the Chinese population. Now, notably, there are people who come down on all kinds of sides of this question. It was shocking to me to discover that Justice John Marshall Harlan, who is well known for his fire-breathing dissents in the civil rights cases and in Plessy versus Ferguson, and these fire-breathing dissents in defense of Black rights, Black equality. But he also writes that Negroes are worthy of inclusion, that they should be subject to equality and full citizenship. But the Chinese, they're too different. It will never work with them. And so there are people who are even liberal on questions of race and far ahead of the kind of curve of progressivism on questions of race, who still come down in other ways on other populations, on equality for other populations, or questions of gender, or questions of labor and class, and so on. And so Douglas says that this nation is not defined by an ancestral bloodline, and is not defined by the length of one's forebears' tenure on this soil, but that it is defined by an idea. And he says that people will say that the Chinese are too loyal to their homeland, the places where their ancestors are buried. And he said, logically, that is because you have not allowed them to be here long enough to be buried themselves. They have no ancestors buried on American soil. And he rejects the idea that there should be some sort of concern or anxiety as an African American about what place the Chinese, or in the outdated language of that era, he said the Asiatics will occupy. And so Douglas says, in referring to this, about opposing the restriction of immigration, but are there not reasons against all this? Is there not such a law of principle and that of self-preservation? Does not every race owe something to itself? Should it not attend to the dictates of common sense? Should not a superior race protect itself from contact with inferior ones? Are not the white people the owners of this continent? Have they not the right to say what kind of people shall be allowed to come here and settle? Is there not such a thing as being more generous than wise? In the effort to promote civilization, may we not corrupt and destroy what we already have? Is it best to take on board more passengers than the ship will carry? And he responds, he says, and here I hold that a liberal and brotherly welcome to all who are likely to come to the United States is the only wise policy which this nation can adopt. And he closes his remarks. If you bear, I will just give like a little bit more of this quote. He said, I close these remarks as I began. If our actions shall be in accordance with the principles of justice, liberty, and perfect human equality, no eloquence can adequately portray the greatness and grandeur of the future of this republic. We shall spread that network of science and civilization over all who seek shelter within, from Asia, Africa, or the isles of the sea. We shall mold them all, each after his kind, into Americans, Indian and Celt, Negro and Saxon, Latin and Teuton, Mongolian and Caucasian, Jew and Gentile. All shall be here, shall bow to the same law, speak the same language, support the same government, enjoy the same liberty, share with the same national enthusiasm, and seek, of course I close the document now, and seek the same national ends. A few weeks ago, I wrote a piece in The New Yorker about the comparison of how people reacted to the Fugitive Slave Act in the 1850s and how people in Minneapolis reacted to the incursions of ICE. And what I said was that in the case of Northerners, they had very complicated ideas about slavery, and their attitudes reflected a spectrum of viewpoints. But what they did not have complicated ideas about was tolerance of their neighbors, people whom they had decided in the voluntary relationship of community, people whom they had decided were part of their community. They were not neutral on the question of whether they would stand by and watch those people be dragged into circumstances where they would likely be tortured. 170 plus years later, people in Minneapolis were confronted not by the question of who is the people, not by the question of any one person's citizenship status, but by the question of whether or not people belonged to their community and whether they were willing to see them dragged into circumstances in which they might reasonably be tortured. And so I will submit that we the people is not a definition of who we are, but a measure of where we are. The people will be whoever we are willing to fight for, whoever we are humane enough to care for, and whoever we are strong enough to win for. Thank you. Oh, cool. So in 15 minutes, I have to zip out the door to catch a plane, but I have 15 minutes. So we can talk if you want to jump into it. All right, I'll see y'all later. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to everyone who survived this marathon day. It was extraordinary, and I want to offer thanks to our panelists, to our speakers, to our moderators, most important to the steering committee that did all of the planning for this event. Thank you to Christy, thank you to Martha. This has been an extraordinary day. I want to make a special thank you. Thank you to Doug, you're still here. We learned so much. We have to thank the staff also who have kept this running, particularly to Vicki Balf. And I want everybody to give a hand to Vicki, who took care of everything when there was so much to take care of. We are having a reception in the back, so please, after all of this incredible dialogue, spend a few minutes talking with each other, having more to eat, something to drink, raise a toast to the idea of we the people, and thanks again for coming.